Sure. This would have been before that, but yeah, that's a real good idea. We'll keep that in mind, boss. Yeah.
Man, it sure is loud too. I heard it when I was going to the post office.
I had a generator over there too.
Oh, you did?
I brought one over there too.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, nice.
Yeah. They came over to use our bathroom.
It's the telephone number 231-267-5141. Correct?
Mhm.
Yeah, mine wasn't a vacation either.
I was seeing grandma with 5 stints.
I was supposed to be in Tennessee. and it didn't happen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Della. We just got this email at 7:50 this morning. Yeah.
Did we all get an email at 7:50 this morning?
Well, you and I did, and then I forwarded it to the rest.
Okay.
That's
So
what it says here.
I'm unaware of, I didn't see anything from this morning.
Maybe you should print it.
I had a couple other ones. Is it something we need to act upon?
Yep.
I'll request that all board members get and keep your microphones up close and personal so everyone can hear it. Thank you.
Heidi, are you ready?
Yep.
Can everyone hear us in the background? Excellent. Cheryl, are you ready?
Yes.
Della?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Yes.
Lois? All right. So we will call this meeting to order at 9:02. If you'll please stand and join me for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call when ready.
Bennett? Here. Doss? Here. Hubble?
Here.
Pop?
Here.
Bowman?
Here.
Any changes or adjustments to the agenda? Any conflict of interest this morning? Bella? Any conflicts?
Oh,
No.
I'm sorry. You were moving a little fast for me. I was going to, on the agenda, suggest that we read one sentence from this email
Okay,
so that
sure. Where
There's
would you
some
like to put that?
understanding.
Under new business?
maybe under conflict of interest. Can you
Yeah,
do
we
it
will
there?
get that on.
Sure. Okay, that sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah,
So we want to add conflict. And I did not read the heading on that. That is a confidential.
it is. So with respect to that one sentence, that would have to be waived.
So I would like you to put it in your own words rather than the words that the attorney wrote. Is that a possibility for one sentence?
Well, Chris Patterson says that if the board agrees, we can waive the confidentiality.
I understand, but he's also advised that doing that pierces some of our future.
I think this is a big enough issue on this particular item that we may want to consider it, Ron.
And all the more reason why we should protect ourselves. It doesn't take much to make up a couple of words
It says
And-
attorney-client privilege on here.
and
I can,
sure, you can put it in your own words, not from the attorney. I think that's reasonable. So Paul, any conflicts? Ron Pop has none. Heidi,
Nope.
Cheryl?
None.
And would you like to make a reading right now?
it's going to be hard to rephrase this because it's very simple.
I'll add a couple of your own words in there. There you go.
Okay, and this is from the Township Attorney's Office. And it has to do with an alleged conflict of interest on the part of Paul Hubble regarding what's on the agenda. And there is none.
Because
There isn't a because of,
Right,
it's just there is none.
there is or there isn't.
The way I
Right.
read that, that was his determination.
Yeah,
Right.
okay, so moving on to first public comment. I would invite anyone that would like to make a comment to the podium. Please state your name and address. And anytime you have difficulty hearing out there in the public, if you would just please raise your hand, and then we'll, as board members, understand that we need to move a little closer to our microphone. Okay, thank you very much.
Mike Jacobson, 7031 Skidmore Point Road. As the board knows, the planning commission has been operating with only 4 members for several months. The planning commission doesn't have anyone representing us on the board or the ZBA, which are both important positions. In the township guide to planning and zoning, which the township supplies to all planning commission members, it clearly states on page 68, paragraph 4, that a planning commission may consist of 5, 7, or 9 members. I am not a legal expert, but I believe this raises the question whether or not anything the planning commission has done during this time is actually legal. This is leadership's fault. Good leadership finds solutions, not muddy the waters at every turn for their own personal agenda. The community needs this fixed. Respectfully, Mike Jacobson. And on a second note, as a private citizen, I am in favor of the marijuana industry getting a fair shake in our community. The vote to legalize its use in Michigan was an overwhelming yes. This means that it is here to stay. However, for our communities to start out with 310 licenses is irresponsible. At some point in time, after the industry proves itself to be responsible and beneficial to our community, then maybe the number of licenses could be increased. But I doubt that our community will ever realize a number as high as 310 licenses. As a member of the Whitewater Township Planning Commission, the biggest concern from our citizens revolves around the large number of licenses being made available. It is my opinion as a private citizen and as a member of the Planning Commission that the board reconsider this outrageous number of licenses. The number of licenses should be reduced to at least 1/3 this number. And I think that a reduction to 1/4 of this number would be even better. Good leaders find solutions, compromises, and middle ground. They don't muddy the waters at every turn just to satisfy their own agendas. We need good leadership in this township. Please lead with respect for the law and all the citizens in our community. Thank you, Mike Jacobson. And I would like this to be added as correspondence.
Thank you, Mike.
I can stay here all this, but I gotta have my wife to doc. See.
Anyone else this morning for public comment?
Linda Slopsma, 9693 Miami Beach Road. So it's about exactly 6 weeks since the recreational marijuana vote was delayed for up to 1 year by a court injunction. People of this community want to vote on this high impact issue. And I would submit to you the evidence of that statement is that over 500 absentee ballots were issued. The board needs to slow down until the vote can take place out of respect for the people. It is the ethical thing to do at this point. The board should consider placing the issue on the ballot themselves as soon as possible to assure that they are acting in accordance with the will of the people. The board should also consider a survey similar to what Traverse City did this past week to gather immediate objective feedback on the proposed quantity of licenses and locations of businesses. You were requested as a board numerous times 1 year ago to do a survey, and you have yet to take action on it. Additionally, I would encourage you all to read the public hearing comments from the PC's meeting on August 4th, and also possibly listen to the audio recording. And you will find that over 90% of the people that spoke were against the current marijuana ordinances. Last month, you had a 38-minute discussion with infrastructure consultant C2AE, including an action to schedule a trip to Kalkaska to review the marijuana industry in person and to ask for input regarding what they would do differently and what sort of problems they were having. I read your entire packet prior to this meeting, and I see no update on moving forward with this activity to further educate yourselves. Yet I do see that you are moving ahead to start taking applications for marijuana permits. It seems to me that you have your actions in the wrong order. First you research, then you create requirements, then you allow people to apply, fulfilling those requirements. It is disrespectful to people to push things forward prior to a public vote and adequate research. The risk to our community is great, and yet you appear to only be dealing with the legal issues, not the community impacts. This is costing us all a lot of money. So far, you're at about $50,000 of unbudgeted money spent on the topic of marijuana. Your legal fees are in excess of $45,000 on just marijuana, and it is increasing rapidly each month. Large additional costs will be incurred as you go to trial with the self-same farmer who you are trying to accommodate with a license. You've already spent 95% of your legal budget. You're only halfway through your fiscal year. How do you plan to pay for your future costs? Lastly, I observed this month that the 252-page packet was not issued until late on Friday, leaving just one business day for board members and the public to review the material. This seems to be an inadequate amount of time for the volume of information to review and also the significance of the many proposed motions that are contained in the packet. So what are the specific rules around the timing for publishing the agenda and the attachments? This appears to be another example of disrespect to the public to be informed of activities taking place from their elected officials and goes right along with the ill-conceived 9 a.m. meeting time where people cannot participate if they're at work. You all need to slow down and listen to the people. This is our community, not your kingdom. Several of you say that you revere our Constitution. We would all like to see you live that out in your role as an elected official.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else here in the Township Hall that would like to have public comment, please?
Yes, Denise Peltonen, 10610 Elk Lake Road, Williamsburg, Michigan. I'd like to start out by saying I'm glad you obtained a second opinion on a conflict of interest, Mr. Paul Hubble. I am just reviewing some of the past meeting minutes and correspondence. I wish I would have known about it at the time. I did not know anything was going on except from the fall newsletter that said still working on marijuana ordinances. And I didn't know that may have been the last week before you took a vote. However, November 10th, 2020, there was a letter from Mike Corcoran in it. To the Township Board, as you know, my firm represents the interest of North Point Farms LLC, which owns 10+ acre plant and building on 8053 Angel Road. And I have to ask, is that incorrect? Because I thought it was 8055.
There's two addresses there.
There are, so 8053 is one of them. Okay.
That is wrong. That it's 55.
55, okay. I just wanted to be sure, and I was going to just make that a correction. And its prospective tenants, Two Peninsulas Holding Company LLC and Hemp Heaven of Michigan LLC. That's who he's representing. The letter goes on, and in part, he was upset with comments from someone that did not live in the township. And as far as I'm aware, Michael Corcoran does not own any property in the township, but he could under a holding company. So he did say he represented Hemp Heaven of Michigan LLC, and yes, he does, on Lara Corporation's online filing system. Michael J. Corcoran, 800 Cottage View Drive, Traverse City, Michigan, is Hemp Heaven Michigan LLC, incorporated 1/14/2020. So yes, he is representing himself as an LLC, but there's two distinct entities there. So that's just informational. I'm just surprised at the amount of research that the community has done. And as far as I know, from the few short weeks from beginning to end of the passage of the marijuana ordinances, that the board was unable to do. So you can just put this in your informational packet or background information along with another copy of the Michael Corcoran's letter.
I'll take that, Denise, if you would like it submitted in.
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else here in the Township Hall that would like to make public comment? Seeing no takers, we'll go out to Zoom.
Hand up.
And whose hand is that?
Good connect.
Oh, there it is in the upper left-hand corner. All right. Good morning, Vern. I see that you have your hand up. Are you interested in public comment this morning?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Ron. Again, I just wanted to come in and ask again for the apology from the clerk.
Announce your- I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you please announce your name and address for the public record, please?
Yeah, sorry, Vern Gutnick, 6801 Bunker Hill. I'm here again to ask the clerk for her apology for her childish, unprofessional, cantankerous, and condescending accusations that she made to my wife and I. I think it's well overdue here right now. The other thing that I wanted to kind of mention, and I'm hoping I'm not going to have to add more to her resume here, but at the last special meeting, I read something to the board, hoping that it would resonate with one of the board members, and I don't think it did. And so I'll read it here again. And this is something that the clerk had written and put in her campaign letter that she sent to all of the residents within Whitewater Township. And it says, residents should vote on major zoning changes. Many years ago, zoning ordinance changes were voted on by the people. Somewhere along the line, this practice was abandoned. Major zoning ordinance changes should not be made law in Whitewater Township without a vote of the residents and property owners. And that's in bolded dark letters. So again, what's happening here right now? Am I going to have to add dishonest, untrustworthy, disingenuous to that resume? Again, she's saying very clearly that people should be voting on ordinance changes and not be made law by the Whitewater Township Board. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Carl Robel. Do you have any public comment this morning? Carl, when you find the unmute button, why just go ahead and let us know. Good morning, Jason. Do you have any public comment this morning?
Nothing to add right now. I am here at least for a little while, as long as I can be. This is Jason Gilman. If anybody has any questions that I can answer, I know that we're moving forward on some projects that we've talked about. And I hope that we're, from the road commission perspective, I hope that we're taking care of some immediate needs. And that's all I've got.
Thank you. Just for everyone's, I guess, to bring everyone up to date, that was Jason Gilman, and he is a Grand Traverse County Road Commissioner for our district. So thank you, Jason. Good morning, Kim. Any public comment this morning? All right, we're going to assume no.
It sounded like he was talking. Somebody was.
Carl, did you find your mute button yet?
Yeah, yes, I did. I have no comment at this time.
Any public comment?
No, none at this time.
Thank you. Okay, that will conclude everyone out on Zoom land. Is that right? Okay. And reports and presentations. That brings us to County Commissioner Darrell Nelson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Fall is coming, but it's supposed to be nice this weekend, so I'm very excited about that. It's gonna be in the 80s. Darrell Nelson, Grand Traverse County Commissioner, District 6. Not a lot to report, and Ron and I have not had a lot of conversations this month, so everything is wonderful out in Whitewater Township, I suspect. So We voted in at the county, the body worn cameras for the sheriff deputies a few months back. We've had some time to get some feedback. When we spend that kind of money, I like to kind of get the feedback, see how it's working rather than just drop it and run. It's working better than expected with the officers. We had some reticence at the beginning and how they're going to work and what to do. They're fine tuning that. There has been some issues with getting the videos off of the cameras as quickly as they hoped when they needed them. So they're working through those things. Kind of the big news from Grand Traverse County Board is that we bonded the pension for the pension and the pavilion debts early last month. Just on the pension debt, that's a savings of about $10 million. And the part I like about that is that money that we're spending before is going to continue to be spent toward this paying off the bond. It's not like we put a bunch of money in the credit card and now we got all this money to spend. So it is truly a savings, not a shell game. In the middle of the month in August, the Board of Commissioners had a resolution that regarding health autonomy. It's been widely misreported in the press. Basically, the resolution asks for no mandated masks no mandated vaccines for our employees. And it added language to the public, asking them to check with their physicians for the benefits and risks of vaccinations, trying to get the vaccination rate up. And we have about 30% of the county that has chosen not to do that. So this puts them maybe from getting their information from various articles and other things, talk to their trusted healthcare provider. So we're continuing to promote vaccinations. The health department internally, not from the board, has changed their policy a little bit with schools and businesses, where last year the health department was mandating activity in the schools and businesses. This year, the health department is saying follow CDC and MDHHS guidelines. We're supporting the schools any way possible, but we're letting the schools have the ability to bop and weave based on their particular individual cases. Maybe one school's having an outbreak, another building isn't. So initially, some of the schools were not as excited about that because they wanted a mandate so they could then just say, well, that's the rule that we've had to live with. So now they're having to make some of those rules, and the health department is in favor of that. It's working out pretty well. And my wife happens to be someone who is the school liaison person for a school, and it's working well for them as well. So CDC, MDHHS has a bunch of guidelines. There's no reason for Grand Traverse County Health Department to set up a different set of guidelines or redundant guidelines. It's kind of the thinking on that. So a lot of the reporting has been off this way and that way. Masks were not even discussed. It's basically, we're not going to mandate vaccines for county employees, which now may change if there's a state or a federal mandate. But we were just saying at the county level that wasn't something we're going to do. Anything could be superseded if it was a federal or state thing. And that we're encouraging people to talk to their physician about the benefits and the risks of a vaccine in their individual cases, rather than us saying you should get a vaccine without knowing your health history. We're saying you should talk to your physician and find out, if you haven't had one, what it's going to do for you, good or bad. So enterprise resource planning software. The county is using a very outdated software system. New IT guys coming up don't even learn this stuff and this type of software. It was 20 years ago, actually, they were talking about getting away from it. So we have finally doing that. It's a software that's used for personnel planning, payments, and pulling up reports. Right now, we have a lot of handwritten stuff that's entered into the computer. And then when somebody else needs it, like for payroll, then it's taken off, handwritten again, and then entered into another computer. It's a very cumbersome system. So over 5 years, we're going to be spending about $4 million for this software. It's not a cheap software, but the idea is reports are more available. When it's too difficult to get reports, somebody's got to hand compile things, you just don't get them. We'll be able to be way more efficient, less time spent crunching data and entering data. And it's going to be more user friendly for our customers, which is our taxpayers when they're using our systems. Hopefully we can move to where things can be done online and more, and the records can be looked up, all that a lot quicker. So anything we can do to help make us interface better with the taxpayer is always a good thing. So that's a lot of money, but we have budgeted for it, and we're starting it. There's new software for permitting or for tracking permits for building and all that kind of stuff. It's called Epic GT. It's an EnerGov system. East Bay Township is the first one. They've been using it along with the county. We're still trying to figure out the bugs and before we roll it out all over the county, but you'll be hearing more about that. But rather than go countywide and have a mess, we're working with one individual township right now. We might be adding more, but basically what it'll do is you and the public will be able to get on, track what permitting has been done. So if you drive by something, you can say, boom, is there a permit for that? Whether it's a resident or somebody from the township, you'll be able to look up and see where it's at. And it'll help with the residents. If you have a project, you can see what I might be missing. Because so often, I mean, I've sat where you guys are and somebody comes in, so I didn't know I had to talk to Eagle, and I didn't realize, and nobody told me. So this will help with that type of thing too. I've been working with Senator Schmidt and Representative Roth, as well as I met with the Speaker of the House Chief of Staff on some of the money that's being piled up in Lansing, coming back to Grand Traverse County in District 6. I think they have bulldozers in Lansing piling up money and pushing it into big, huge piles and covering it because there's a lot coming in. And whether or not you agree with how that money got there and where it came from, I think that since it's there, we should be looking at it. So we're ongoing with that. I suspect that there's probably going to be about $50 million or so coming from that money to Grand Traverse County, as well as the ARP money that Grand Traverse County get, as well as the ARP money you guys are getting. So it's weird times, but we need to be smart about that. So in light of that, I've been pushing for some study sessions at the board level to talk about the things that we would prioritize, that we would want, that we wouldn't want, and get that discussion started. Some of the people have been reticent to do that because everyone tells us these things are going to change. The rules are going to change. The restrictions are going to be put in. There's some things that you want to do, you won't be able to do. But I think that we should get on board hearing from people like you and from residents on what they're looking for. And then what we like, oh, we definitely don't want to do that, or we definitely want to try to do this if it's possible, and have those conversations. I don't think you can start that too early. So I've been pushing for that. At the MAC conference was coming up at the end of this month. Pretty much all the meetings are about ARP and how to spend that money, how to apply for the money, how to like I've said before, we have been given that opportunity and that responsibility. And I think we all need to look at our grandkids who we borrowed this money from and say, we did it right. So I don't think we can be too careful with this. Just don't want to waste it. I welcome comments from any of the trustees or any members of the public on this money. If you have some ideas and things you'd like to see done, so please communicate with me. I talk to Supervisor Pop on a fairly regular basis. We say we've been a little quiet this month, but I welcome hearing from anybody else on the board or from the public. And I want to say something. I want to thank the members of the public who stand up at this podium and speak. You got to grab onto it. Sometimes your knees are shaking. It takes guts. And I appreciate that the people that do that. And I also want to thank the trustees that sit up here and sometimes have to listen to things about them personally. This can be a thankless job. I get that. And it's hard to be professional and when you're being stewards of the public trust, when you're being attacked. But my hats off to you guys, and my hats off to the public who show up and keep an eye on everybody. So it's not an easy job, but thank you guys for being stewards of the public. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We might have a couple of questions before you run away.
Absolutely.
All right.
I'm sorry, no questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no,
The bond you spoke of,
Mhm.
that you just passed. It said in the paper that there was two ways that the bond's gonna be paid for, and one of them happens to be a millage to the taxpayers across the board. Is that something you've decided on?
That is,
Way it's gonna be
I don't know
paid?
where that came from, but that's incorrect. Yeah, it's not a millage to the
It's not going to be.
No,
No, it was in the paper.
yeah, I'll have to, yeah, but that's, no,
They
it's
get-
coming out of
they
the same,
frequently get things
right, yeah,
wrong.
we're putting $7 million a year right now, which was more than the minimum. We're trying to do the catch up. This
Mhm.
paid it all off, the bond when it's issued. I mean, that, it'll pay that all off. And then that $7 million at least will continue to be paid out of our budget with the idea, but
Okay.
there was a perfect storm of the interest rates and all that stuff that we could do it right now, or maybe 3 years ago, it would have made sense.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
Mhm.
You said you want to hear from board members on what to do with that money when you get it finally.
Mhm.
I think that you should be helping your rural communities with broadband. With the current atmosphere where the Delta variant is out there and lots of learning from home because they close school down on a regular basis.
Mhm.
For the kids, for the people working from home in rural communities, we do not have proper internet connections. Most of the times it's spotty or it's non-existent. And broadband's expensive to bring into your community, but as long as you're getting some of that money, we'd like some of it to expand our broadband out here for our citizens.
That's something that I've been doing a lot of research on. I've met with some of the utilities, and I was actually talking to somebody from Trailer last night at a meeting about that, because I think that it's kind of like the rural electrification that happened back in the, whenever that was, the 30s or whatever. They decided at that point that to really be a community, you need electricity. I think to be a community, broadband is very important. Now, to cover the entire county with a complete 100%, 100 gigabyte, whatever, would be maybe not where we would go, but maybe it could be. But I've been talking a lot about people like, it's like water lines. You extend and you move out and you go from where you are and branch out. And Whitewater Township, maybe not every citizen gets it, but if we can, we would. But I just want to have, we got to do it so that we can get to the areas where growth, a large company wants to come to your area in your enterprise zone. They're going to need internet, they're going to need water, they're going to need all those type of things. So I think broadband is one of those items that we're definitely going to be looking at. We've got people in the city who don't have good internet, surprisingly enough, as well as out in rural communities. So it affects everybody. And last year showed us that how important it really is. But
Well, it
even
affects
if you,
the rural people more, kids
Yeah.
having to go to the library during the day when
Yeah.
they're cut off from school and they have to sit there all day long to do their lessons
Mhm.
is not acceptable.
I'm in the same situation in my home, and it was when my kids were in school, even before all this, they still needed internet to do their homework because they've got their iPad they're bringing home. So
Yeah, they'll bring
It's-
laptops and iPads.
it's not a good situation. And I think that there's probably going to be a significant portion toward broadband. I mean, this is me speaking. I'm one of 7. So, but talking to others, I think there is some support for that. And that's definitely going to be on the list of things that we do
Great.
with that money. This is me speaking. I can't write the check, but I've been doing a lot of research, so I'm prepared to push for that.
Great, thank you.
So,
Any other questions, board?
yes, sir.
So in speaking with Rob Henschel, Chair Rob Henschel, we would be very interested in being on your schedule for these work sessions about how to use the money. We
Okay.
here are also struggling with some of the same questions.
Mhm.
We hear about the importance of community input on how to use this money. And so we're trying, I think all of us are probably trying to learn what other communities are doing. I see Green Lake this morning on the news. They're doing some outreach. It would be nice that we all kind of have a similar outreach program. We may not ask the same questions, but if we could at least know when you guys are going to work on it or ask the question, I would love to attend those meetings.
I think that's a great idea. I'll be sure to, I think we should, what I'll actually request is that all the supervisors get that.
For all
information.
townships, right?
Yeah, for all
and-
townships. I
sure.
think it'd be good to have, and that way any of you could come and put feedback or send your emails in
Or just
or
listen.
whatever, or listen. And we have looked at a couple different options. There are actually organizations that can help put together this program for you to do the customer engagement side of things.
Right.
So that it's not just people who call, but we can push out a survey type thing. We have our community engagement survey, which we got the results back last February, I believe it was. And we have stuff in there, but it's such a big thing that's going to be hopefully a once in a lifetime type of thing. I think any of that kind of engagement, any input.
Yes,
is
I think
important.
we would just
So,
like to be involved as a board.
yeah,
You know, I'm speaking just for myself, but I think that it's a reasonable thing for our board to try and learn.
well, we've all seen those study sessions where you start out with, there's no bad suggestion, and you write them all down, and then from there you start to sort down. I envision myself something like that. I mean, we're not going to do probably 180 different things, but we're going to get 180 different ideas. And then we kind of boil it down, you know, and some people are thinking we do 3 to 5 things with this money that are kind of like capstone type projects. There's other thinking that maybe we, if there's a $75,000 that can make a big difference in that organization or that something, you know, that, and again, we don't know how the money's gonna be worked out, but I'm of the mind that get the input, get thinking about it, be ready to go when we know more. Because there's also going to be a big rush when some of this money hits and some of the restrictions, all of a sudden broadband or plumbing or water systems, you know, there could be a big rush for that. Then we're like waiting in line because we weren't.
For example, with 50 million potentially coming to Grand Traverse, 13 million, 1 million could go to each of the townships.
Yeah, that.
That would go a long way to putting broadband in.
Right.
1 million could come to each of the 13 townships.
And the thing about what I want to help with too is that, like, if Acme and Whitewater, if there's something going on between that we can help coordinate together so that it's not Whitewater trying to secure broadband and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So
yeah,
try and do a good job of it. So, and we're not going to do it. Shiawassee County did that. The only county that's spent any of that ARP money. They allocated $65,000 to each of the Board of Commissioners. And that was the first and only money that's been spent, and that was done a couple of months ago. And surprisingly, that has been rescinded.
Really?
Yeah, I don't.
Well, Green Lake did something similar with a
Yeah,
couple of their
they-
board
right here in
members.
Grand Traverse County.
Yeah.
So,
We're doing
So,
something
any other
similar.
questions? Yes, sir.
Obviously, that some of that consideration of the money is gonna be towards roads too.
Probably. You know, again, I can't. The topic that keeps coming up is broadband, water, sewer, roads, infrastructure type things, that type of kind of
Makes
long
sense, because it
term.
affects
I mean,
the
the reason
public
I-
as a whole.
Yeah,
The reason I pose that question is, you know, we all see the construction that's going on in Travers and the amount of traffic that's in Travers now. I think it's really got to be. It's not
right.
gonna change our traffic. It's
No.
gonna continue to get worse.
Yeah, I think you're right. And yeah, and maybe we could try to do all of the road construction in 1 month like we did last summer. And
That'd be
Really,
great.
really make it fun.
Let's just shut all passages
shut
across
all
town
passages.
off.
You can only go north and south, you can't go east and west.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, road construction is good, but
Did you hear that, Jason?
Is there really any good time to do road construction only?
when I'm not in town.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
At night?
I've,
They did that one time around the bay.
Yeah.
They put lights out in the
yeah,
middle of the night. They did
I
the
spent a lot of
construction.
time dealing with road construction question and issues, and I've been called a lot of names. So, and I'm not even out there on the site, so I'm sure those guys get it too. So, thank you.
Can we stop them from?
Mowing?
They don't have very much right here, and they'll be over
Yeah,
there
they'll be over there.
concentrated.
Okay.
Oh, they'll be out front a little bit too.
So that brings us to report number 2, Fire Department. Good morning, Chief Flynn.
Good morning.
So my monthly report can be divided into two sections. I have good news and bad news. So I'll start with the bad news. August 10th, we had the storm roll in. We took 38 storm-related incidents in about just a little over 24-hour period. Prior to the storm, we were at run number 39. So basically, we doubled our incident calls in one night. And then, of course, we had a few calls come in, trickle in over the next few days. But we took care of all the calls ourselves. All the guys showed up. We handled everything without mutual aid. It was kind of tough. The road commission came in right away and helped us with a couple of the bad roads, Skigmog Point and Bags Road. They had to bring in heavy equipment. Of course, some of the trees they couldn't cut down because of power line entanglement. And our struggle with consumers continues, which it does every summer. But that's another time and discussion. So my good news is that the last couple of years, we've tried for a regional grant for new air packs, which are considered critical equipment for firefighters. So this year we were successful in this regional grant. So we will be getting 12 brand new air packs. And the kit includes an air pack, 2 air bottles, and a new face piece. So that whole kit, we're going to be getting 12. So 12 air packs, 24 bottles, and 12 masks, which is great news. It's probably about $88,000 for those air packs. And we'll be responsible for probably about 10% of that. So I'm thinking like $8,000 or $8,800 that the township will have to cough up for the air packs. But it's something we really need. It's something that's on our capital item replacement list. That'll be a huge item taken off that list. So that's really good news. Long Lake, Andy Down, the chief of Long Lake Township, he's kind of been heading up this regional grant. So it's Long Lake Township Fire, Paradise Fire Department, Traverse City Fire Department, and Elmira kind of jumped in on that one at the last minute this year, which is okay. The more the better, because when you apply for AFG grant on the federal level, regional grants, which incorporate many departments or organizations, have more bite and more teeth. So those applications kind of move up a lot faster. So, and last year, the state of Michigan kind of got, well, we didn't get as much grant funding last year for some reason. I'm not sure what happened, but I'm sure it's all political. But that's another time and discussion. So anyway, I have been working diligently with the other fire departments on this AFG grant. So we're getting it sorted out with some of the vendors and negotiating pricing. And we're trying to get the best air pack for the value. And all our air packs will be the same pretty much in the county, which helps when we go to mutual aid. You know, we can swap out air bottles and somebody from Paradise can come up here and throw on our air pack and use it without any issues. So having the same equipment is very ideal in a county like this where we're kind of, you know, taking care of ourselves. Other than that, if you have no questions, my report is done.
So
Congratulations on getting a
Oh,
grant.
yeah,
Good job.
exciting news.
I would like to get together with you on the consumers thing because Cheryl and I dealt with a power line. Actually, it was a communication line, but it was tied to a power line. That still hasn't been really rectified. And just last night, I got an email from another resident who is struggling with the same thing. They've got communication lines on the ground, can't get consumers or Cherryland, whose poles it was supported by, to come take care of it. So
Polls down.
poles down, yep. And so it is only a communication line, right? So the power company, I assume, just leased the pole and they are not dealing with it at this point, but it is, we have a lot of residents who are dealing with stuff like that.
Yes.
I would say that on your note about the road commission coming out and getting those trees taken care of, on our road, we were completely blocked. We could not get out. And at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, the road commission was out there with chainsaws cutting those trees down. So they really did double time. Those, I have to
Yep.
give those workers a lot of credit.
One of their first crews was sent over here to help us.
Yeah.
And they brought heavy equipment, front end loaders and a couple of crews with chainsaws just to help us clear these roads. But the worst one was Williamsburg Road here, right at the S curves, south of
That's
Crisp
bad.
Road. They, consumers really, I sat out there for 28 hours. And, you know, I asked them, the supervisor, the road supervisor, I'm like, I don't care if the power comes on. I just need this road opened. Because I was almost getting into fistfights out there with some of the people trying to cut through. It was just, it took like 3 years off my life sitting out there directing traffic. It's like, holy cow.
They directed everybody down Bunker Hill,
Yep.
Moore Road, 72.
Yep.
So by my house, it was like a speedway.
Yep.
I mean, we're talking huge trucks and everything. And by the time they hit that curve, they're going 65 miles an hour. My windows are shaking.
Yeah, it was a nightmare. And we did have consumers at our chiefs meeting a couple weeks ago, but sadly I couldn't make it there. And I'm not sure, I haven't talked to Greg Bird, the emergency manager yet, of how the discussions went. But I still need to get with him on that.
There seemed to have been, according to the consumer's report, there seemed to have been a lot more damage to actual equipment and lines this time compared to what was it, 2015?
Yeah.
There was a
Yep.
lot more.
Consumers had nearly 900,000 out in the state of Michigan. Now, in contrast, the latest hurricane or the hurricane that hit Louisiana, in the entire state, they only had like 1.2 million out,
Yeah.
whereas consumers had 900,000. And so that doesn't include Cherryland, Great Lakes, or all of the other
Yep.
small
Right.
cooperatives. So, yeah,
And that right there probably argues for a disaster declaration, because I think consumers is just overwhelmed. I mean, what I read is this is one of the top storms they've ever had to deal with. And certainly we all want them to be on our road, getting our road clear, but I think they were massively overwhelmed and probably still are.
Yeah, and part of the problem is the regular maintenance that used to happen. And I'm gonna pick on the road commission a little bit. I hope they don't mind, but every year they had a contract with a tree company to come take care of the right of way on the roads, which prevented a lot of those trees falling down on lines, but they stopped doing that a while ago. Well, actually, after the housing market crash in 2008, 9 and 10,
It's
you
way
know,
overdue.
they stopped doing that. So there's all this standing dead right along the roadways. That's
Yeah.
even a small breeze takes a power line, a primary power line down and wreaks havoc.
so
But-
we have some of that stuff on our agenda later on, but yeah, I really want to get with you and potentially Doug from Consumers
Yep.
Power to see what we need to do.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I think
Thank
if they
you,
had all the
Brandon.
power lines underground, we wouldn't have any issues.
There you go.
We'd have issues, but they wouldn't
Not
be
like-
like that.
Not like these.
Yeah, you're right.
We would have issues, but not like these in a storm event.
Right. Planning Commission, Kim, are you there? Maybe not.
Yes,
Hi, any-
the planning commission has opted to provide a written report. It will be available to you next month.
all right,
Other than that, we have our meeting minutes.
Thank you.
And I strongly encourage the entire board to not just read the minutes, watch the public hearings. Most of those comments were directed at the board just as much, if not more, than the planning commission.
did she, yep, so I think she concluded there. And Park and Recreation.
The Parks and Rec Committee met last night. 4 members were present, 1 was absent. They approved their August meeting minutes. The entire meeting was spent putting the final touches on the draft recreation plan. And they adopted a resolution to send the plan to the township board. It will be on the board's agenda in October for a review and to set it for a public hearing at the November meeting. That's it.
And consent calendar. So I have 3 items that I think need to come out of the consent calendar. Page 9, 12, 22, and 31. Does anybody else have anything?
Page 9, 12, 22, and 31.
Yes.
What are they?
9 is requesting a copy of True North FOIA,
Copy of what? True North.
the True North FOIA. I think that's in your report.
Oh, you want to request it?
Yeah, is that all
Well,
right?
that's not a reason to take that out of the consent
Okay,
calendar.
that's fine. And then for board discussion.
Well,
on-
please send me an email.
Okay.
Send an email.
On page 12, MMR report. How do we get 3 ambulance calls under 2 minutes? Where do we go in 2 minutes, thinking from the fire station?
Well, we can ask Steve that, but I would think the casino's easily 2 minutes away.
Think so? Because one of those is like under 59 seconds. So when you think about the call coming in and then getting to somewhere in under a minute, that's a lot of action going on in 60 seconds. Actually 59 seconds, according to the report.
Well, I think that would, how to find that out would be to place a call or an email to Steve and ask him specifically about that. They might have been already underway when they got that call. They might not have just been sitting at the station. I don't know. I'm speculating. We can sit here and speculate all day, but I think a question to email to him would resolve that.
Sure. Okay,
I wouldn't get too hung up on the times because they're probably 75% of them are wrong. Because like we talked about before, the ambulance crew doesn't contact our dispatch center all the time.
Okay.
So,
That's a problem.
so the dispatcher will just put in whatever. Or sometimes I'll call and tell the dispatcher that the ambulance is on scene. But they've already been on scene for a couple minutes. So don't get too hung up on those times. They're a disaster.
okay.
And that should be reported to Steve. I know they are struggling with their new software. We're not getting all of the information that we usually do about nature of calls and what days of the week our responses are and that type of thing. So,
Well, that doesn't really bother me, just as long as we know that our community is being served. And then I think one thing that we learned a month ago is that sometimes our ambulance is out of the township and we don't know how many times our ambulance actually leaves the township. I think that's important for us to know too.
Steve did say at the advisory board meeting last week that there were 8 responses into Acme. I don't know if those were mutual aid or first response. I don't know what those were, but
So we don't really need to pull page 12 out. We just
No.
discussed it. You wanted to discuss it.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, we need to do something here.
Yeah.
And so maybe also have Steve report the out of jurisdiction. Or out of township calls. He did last month, but not this month.
And he did at the meeting, and then I was gonna add it to the board packet, and I forgot to add it to the, I was just gonna write it on there, but
Our ambulance had 36 calls.
Let's see, that's on page 1236. And so there was a total of 19 reported here. So
again, a call to Steve.
we actually responded to 36 calls, but 19 are being reported.
Did you have another one, Rob?
Mhm. I'm not done with this one yet, apparently. Does any other board member see an issue with that?
I see communication needs to happen to find out what's going on with the reporting.
Yeah, isn't this all tracked through 911 or no? Are we like doing 3 different things here?
Yep.
Line up and matches. Okay, thank you.
On page
Who's
20.
gonna make that communication? You suggested some communication. Who's gonna make that communication to?
Well, you meet with them every month.
Well, I
Apparently he-
do, but
Apparently he gave you this information, which you didn't include, and I understand mistakes. Everybody gets busy, not a problem.
well, it was just additional information that was given to me verbally. But I guess maybe the communication needs to be that we want to know all calls that the ambulance went on, whether they're in Whitewater Township or not. Now, we can't get addresses or anything
Right.
like that. But, okay, so I will ask Steve to give us a monthly report that shows all calls the Whitewater rig went on. No matter where they went to. But then, you know, that's gonna beg the question, well, why did they go here? Why did they go there? I mean, they can respond to mutual aid and that other type of thing. So I don't know.
Well, maybe the report should say this was mutual aid or not. Or if they're just being dispatched from Grand Traverse County Dispatch out of our township, which we know has been a problem already.
There's no mutual aid now since MMR is up here providing service for the whole county. They just use our ambulance.
Well, I've been told that this ambulance has responded on mutual aid calls, for instance, into East Bay Township. They have responded on mutual aid calls into Elk Rapids Township. I've been told those things. I don't have dates and times or anything like that, but
Occasionally, but even Elk Rapids is an MMR, so that's not mutual aid, but East Bay was at the casino the other day.
oh, it is mutual aid because that's their own ambulance service and we're not any part of that. We are not any part of Elk Rapids and
Well, we are,
Milton Township's ambulance service.
we are.
Yeah, we
No, they have a separate contract.
According to our current agreement, MMR is self-reliant. So they will determine
For
currently,
mutual aid.
they will determine when they need to pull their ambulance, either from Whitewater or from Elk Rapids. I'm sure it goes both ways,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
I'm sure it goes both ways, but
But
MMR is the one that makes that decision.
but we are not part of their contract. So they have their own contract, we have our own contract, so it's mutual aid.
But we have
That our
MMR
ambulance
stuff
going
coming
there.
up here later in our
Yeah.
packet. Can we maybe
Sure.
So I will ask Steve to give us a monthly report that shows all calls the Whitewater rig went on, no matter where they went to, and the board wants to know which ones are mutual aid, or if they were, or if MMR was dispatched by the county.
That's good.
And then the calls under a minute.
Yeah.
What do you want to know about the calls under a minute?
We'd like to understand where that, how that happens. Not where they were at, but how it happens.
For calls under a minute, how does it happen? Okay,
On page 22, which is Planning Commission meeting minutes from July 7th. This goes into page 23. Under item number 3, marijuana amendment. There's several comments there that it appears made by Dean. Does not feel that the draft ordinance that came back from the attorney resembles anything that we sent to them. It doesn't feel like the attorney is working with the PC. Rather, it seems like he is writing directly for the board. I'm not sure who said that. Paul notes that he has had some of the same feelings expressed by Dean. So,
Paul,
I'm sorry,
you said Paul notes?
Paul,
Paul, okay,
Paul.
okay.
And so then Dean furthers his comments by asking to have conversations with the attorney next time something goes to him or her. I think that's a reasonable request if there's a communication block there. I know that I've certainly asked for some things from the attorney from time to time, thinking it would be as simple as something, and then you get 14 pages back, right? I think we need to listen to these people and allow them to communicate to the attorney. And
we've always, I'm sorry.
and certainly if the PC is not getting a usable product, we should not be paying for it.
Nope.
And so I think that the attorney bills should be sent to the PC for them to approve before we pay them. Because this might be an in-depth conversation, should I put this on a future agenda?
Yeah. I think that'd be a great idea.
Okay,
Well, just as a comment, the zoning administrator is their liaison to the attorney's office and vice versa. So I don't know if Bob is not communicating back and forth with the PC and the attorney. I believe whatever things they're getting from the attorney are probably going to Bob. I don't know.
Bob works one day a week.
Well, I get that, but Bob also does answer questions from people and facilitate things other days of the week too.
He
And
works one day a
so
week in the building, but
I get that.
he
in the
works-
building, and so he actually does, I believe, get paid for more than 8 hours a week. So he does have time to, and it should be a priority for him to be facilitating those emails or whatever back and forth so that, and I don't know if Bob goes to all the PC meetings or not. I know we want our zoning administrator going to the PC meetings. And to the extent that the PC has questions about something they got from the attorney through Bob, Bob should be taking those questions back to the attorney and getting the answers for them. He's their liaison.
But when you think about what you just said, that can't happen in the confines of a meeting. And so what
Oh,
I
I get
hear,
it.
what I hear them asking is that if you send something out and you're expecting to get something back, and what you get back seems to be completely skew from what your expectation was, we want to be able to call them. And I think that's a reasonable,
Who's we?
the PC,
Who
I-
on the PC?
whomever has the issue. In this case, it's Dean. Now, if Bob's there, Bob can make the call. I don't care who physically makes a call, but they ought to have access to be able to answer their questions. And in support of what you say, Cheryl, the planning commission should be having this information in front of them well before and understand well before the meeting that there is a question. And then maybe Bob can say, hey, can you, Matthew, can you tune in for 10
Yeah.
minutes to see if anybody has questions? Great.
I think that would answer a lot of things. Just have Matt be on the Zoom for their meetings and they can get their questions answered right there.
If needed. And again, if everybody does their homework in time, I see your eyes, Della.
Well,
You're thinking
because
expense.
back in 2009, when I got on the board, one of the problems was the planning commission was working on a rewrite of the master plan and they spent $90,000
Yeah.
in 1 year with attorneys online and at their meetings. And a master plan is an important thing, but I mean, at some point, you have to use some common sense on if they're just sitting there making $250 an hour listening to you have a conversation. Put your questions together and then have them answer those specific questions.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's why my eyes got big, because it sounded like an open.
No, I'm not interested in going down that route. I'd more like to support what Cheryl put forth is that, you're expecting this to come back. So when it comes back, read it. Hopefully it's well before the meeting. If not, then that gets moved to the next meeting, whatever the case is.
Right, they communicate with Bob. Bob arranges it.
Yep. So, the PC members can get with Bob and say, yep, we've got lots of questions. Can we have Matthew tune in?
And each planning commission can communicate with the zoning administrator,
Mhm.
with Bob.
Yeah.
They can
Yeah.
email him at any time saying, I have questions on this and these are my questions.
And that's why I kind of support what Cheryl has put forth, right?
Right.
With pre-planning and everybody doing what is supposed to take place when it's supposed to
And I guess
take
I'm
place.
just a little confused on Nikki's comment, because my understanding is that the attorney gave them what the board asked them to, the amendments for the zoning ordinance. And that they went over the attorney stuff and made changes. So I'm confused about what he's talking about. This is nothing that we said is sent back to the attorneys and they changed something? Or do you see what I'm saying?
My reading is clear.
I
That
mean, who
whatever
came
they sent,
first? Who came first? The attorney's amendments that they were supposed to
No.
make changes and adjustments to? Or did they go off and do something on their own? And now we've got two different ones here. What happened?
well, we could ask them.
Okay.
Is Kim still online? Kim, can you still hear us? Maybe not.
Give her a second. Sometimes it.
Hello, Kim. Okay, well.
Well,
and-
it's
and we
just a
can reach
question in
out.
my mind. I mean,
Yeah.
Is this in reference to the meeting they had when they sent something to the attorney, they were supposed to get something back, and it was somewhere that it wasn't supposed to be, and they never got the envelope? Is that what we're talking about here?
This comes from the July 7 meeting. Yeah. Why
Let's
not?
give he turned it off. Can you repeat it?
I said, is this the meeting where the attorney gave them back information? Bob had it and Bob never got it back to them for their meeting? Or is this the meeting where what they got back from the attorney, they didn't have anything to do with what they asked the attorney for? Because they've
Um,
been having attorney issues at the PC for a while.
From what I read is, again, from Dean's statements, and this comes from packet page 22. Dean does not feel the draft ordinance that came back from the attorney resembles anything that we sent to them.
That was in July, right?
Well, that's where these minutes come from.
Right.
Yep, July 7th. So it is something that the PC sent to the board, to the attorney, and then the attorney sent something back.
But is it, and I think the plan you guys have about dealing with Bob and the attorney is a good one, because it's been 2 months since those meeting minutes.
And they had a public hearing.
So it must have been resolved, because they did go forward with a public hearing. So they must have got their questions answered. I mean, it's been 2 months, 2 meetings.
And to me, it would be helpful, I think it would be helpful to the planning commission that if the attorney makes some changes, he explains why he makes them. He
Yeah, that
could
would be a good
send an
idea.
accompanying email to explain, well, I took this out because such and such reason, or I added this because of such and such reason, because I think you've got, and I don't know, I'm not at the planning commission meetings, but if you've got the planning commission taking things out or putting things in, and then the attorney's got to review that for whether that's allowable or not. See, we don't know that, what was taken out or put in or changed, and we don't know why the attorney didn't agree with it. May have a perfectly legitimate reason for not agreeing with it, but then they need to explain that to the planning commission so that the planning commission understands why those changes were made. I think that's just a communication issue. But as Della pointed out, these are July minutes, then a document went to the public hearing on August 4th. And so apparently everyone was fine with, was it in July they set that for public hearing on August 4th? Probably. So.
But to help them work this out, I think the plan is a good one.
So what I'm kind of hearing is that we just talk to Bob and say, you know, when we send something off to the attorney, let's ask for the rationale behind the changes, right? Is that kind of what you recommended, Cheryl?
Yes.
And then we recommend that whatever changes come back in time for the individual members to review and should be sent to the individual members, not back to Bob and then Bob distribute, because Bob may not distribute in time.
I should go to
Was-
all of them,
Yeah, I
including
think it
Bob,
should go
that
to all
way.
of them.
Yeah, yeah, but not just to Bob to address the
Exactly.
concern that,
But isn't that the chair's position to make sure they get sent to each board member?
I would
Yeah, but Bob's not the chair.
but if Bob doesn't forward it to the chair,
Well, if we direct Bob to forward it to the chair should forward it to the rest of the board members.
Yeah.
and I'm fine with that.
Placed in the packet.
Sure, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. But whatever communication we do, we need to do it with the PC and with the zoning administrator.
Yeah, yeah, I cannot see giving carte blanche, Della.
I cannot either.
Okay, yeah,
Been down that road once.
totally there. Yeah, totally there. The other item is on page 31. And this is of significant concern to me. Again, this is in the August 24th PC meeting. And I don't know who said it, but it's under special meeting business number 1. It is at the end of the first paragraph. we do not have planning enforcement in our township. So
I read that.
thinking along the lines of, I've heard something similar. We've had some small businesses pop up in an area that current zoning doesn't allow them. But they're operating. And so other people who own property in that area want to know how come they can't have their small business. Extending that enforcement item. What about our marijuana uses? And how will we address, let's just say odor concerns. Let's just pick on odors, okay? If a township resident comes in and says, you know, I can't stand the smell of the tulips anymore. It's just overpowering. I don't know, do tulips smell?
No, not really.
Okay, so good. How do we, what is the enforcement plan moving forward with some of our new uses? And so my thought is, and I think the Acme Township Supervisor is left, do we share an enforcement officer? We don't have a lot of these issues, and I don't expect a lot of them to come up, right? We've got junk complaints that are, there's 4 or 5 now in the township, and I don't think there's been any resolution on any of them.
Well, we have a code enforcement policy that says how those items are to be handled. So I'm not sure.
I
why
think
that
that
isn't being
is,
followed.
sorry, Cheryl, didn't mean to interrupt.
Fine.
I think your question is a good one, but I don't think it's something that we're going to be able to resolve today.
And
So I think maybe we should have like a work session or something because it is an issue. We've had Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Department out here wanting us to purchase a officer. I guess that's the way,
Yeah.
might as well say it, but the cost is very,
It's about 85 grand.
yeah, and that was 2 years ago money.
yeah.
I think now it's north of 120, 130.
Yeah.
125.
As a township, we have the ability to do a constable if we choose to. So there's something to look into. And maybe those people would be able to handle certain things, but they got to be able to write tickets, and that's a civil infraction. Which
It doesn't have to be.
Well, we have them in, what was it, 17 of our ordinances, something?
No, I
like
think
that?
it wasn't quite that many, but
Yeah.
it's in several.
Yeah,
including
As it
the
is
marijuana.
listed in our current marijuana ordinances, the civil infraction is listed. So, maybe it's something we want to take a look at, but apparently you don't need one to write a ticket, though.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently you don't.
To my knowledge, you do, to enforce it anyway.
Apparently
need
you
what?
don't. To write a ticket,
A
if
police
Bob
officer?
writes a civil infraction ticket for something that calls for a civil infraction, you do not need a civil infraction ordinance to be able to do that.
Oh, no, you do not. No, absolutely. You don't. No, Bob, if Bob, whatever the ordinance is, it should state who has the authority to enforce it. And that person has the authority to enforce it. And there's a pad of tickets back there. And you either check civil infraction or misdemeanor. It's the same pad of tickets and issue a ticket. But with a misdemeanor, it would be done, through the attorney's office. And obviously it has to have board approval and all that, but Bob is the zoning administrator and he is the enforcement officer for this township for most ordinances. So, and I believe he's the enforcement officer for the zoning ordinance.
Where
so
do you
if-
get that he is the enforcement officer?
the
Is
code
that from the
enforcement.
code enforcement policy?
I believe, yes, I believe that's in there that he is and.
'Cause I read his job
believe the job
description.
description. Doesn't his job description
I
have?
did not,
Well,
I did
then
not have that feeling from his job description.
I'm pretty sure it is in there. Yeah,
It is. I thought
something.
it
He
was.
administers.
I always thought it was the duty of the zoning administrator to.
Oh, well, I believe it is. And I think people out in the township expect that it's the zoning administrator. And if it's not in the policy, if it's not in the job description, then it needs to be, because I've always understood that the zoning administrator was going to enforce the zoning ordinance. For sure. Now, police power ordinances usually designate who can enforce it. Sometimes it's the zoning administrator, sometimes it's the zoning administrator and or the supervisor. Sometimes it's the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Department, which I believe is the case with the noise ordinance. So it's dependent upon what the ordinance, how the ordinance was adopted as to who has enforcement power for that ordinance. I know I haven't had a chance to call this gentleman yet, but someone I know got me the name of the Village of Kalkaska's compliance officer for the marijuana businesses that they have over there. And I've been meaning to give him a call and see about setting up some tours of some of the facilities over there to find out what he can get us into as far as, you know, like a growing operation, a processing operation, the types of, or, you know, the types of permits that we have allowed here. And so I think it would be maybe what we want to do with respect to marijuana enforcement. I could find out whether he'd be willing to come over here and tell us exactly what he does. You know, do we, you know, have
Kalkaska
him
has a
give a
police
short
department.
presentation to the board about how he handles compliance on the marijuana ordinances? That would be a good, but I mean, Bob's got marijuana coming up in either, doesn't he have a township that already has it? And then Fife Lake is,
Five Lake just went through this process. They
Right.
they have no limits. Everything's open. It's made it through their planning commission. The planning commission had their public hearing.
Mhm.
And it is being sent to the board for approval. And they have no opposition from the public.
so, but what I'm getting
That's
at
in
is
Five
that
Lake Township.
every
Five
community
Lake
is different.
Village
I'm getting the
also has an ordinance.
And I want to stay focused on the whole enforcement thing
Right.
that you're, that you brought up. So what do the ordinances say? I believe the ordinances 59 and 60 say that the zoning administrator enforces those ordinance. I believe, I haven't looked at them in a long time, but I
Right.
believe that that's what those say. So that is the, when they say we do not have planning enforcement, I don't know what planning enforcement even is. Zoning enforcement, I know what that is. I don't know what planning enforcement is. But certainly that's something the township needs to address. What, you know, if the ordinance needs to be modified, but if
Well-
it does, if it designates the zoning administrator for enforcement, then that's who enforces the wherever it's designated that it's the zoning administrator, it is the zoning administrator, whether it's in their job description or not.
My
When you have an
goal,
ordinance.
my goal here with bringing this up is agenda item. Yes or no?
I agree with Della, what she said earlier on. I think this is of such an importance that it should be on the next month's agenda if we
Okay.
discussed.
And that,
Because one thing I'd like to add, years ago, we spent a lot of money defending a junk ordinance. I'm not mentioning
Right.
any names,
Right.
and it's right back where it was again.
Yep.
In my mind.
Yep.
So I think it needs to be discussed.
Yeah.
And I think we should just leave it at that, put it on next month's
and
agenda.
I think we make it an agenda item, and that was really my only desire here. The same with the next question, which is on the same page. Jacobson apparently made this comment. The major concerns are based on the board's general ordinance. The major concerns are based on the board's general ordinance. I would like to find out what the planning commission sees as the major concerns.
It's in the meeting minutes.
Yeah.
Dean spells it right out. He said, this is why I'm here. Boom, boom, boom. And that has nothing to do with zoning amendments. That has everything to do with the actual ordinances, which is at the board level.
Yeah.
Talk to the board.
No, I understand that. But I didn't see where he spelled out his,
Oh, yeah. He said, what I'm hearing, and this was at the public hearing. What I'm hearing is, and he listed out 3 major things.
okay,
So,
And I was here in order to monitor the public Zoom for the time that the PC was in their closed session on 8/24. And so I wasn't paying total attention to the conversation, but Mickey Dean did have a point where after the public comment had happened, and he said, I'm hearing the same 3 things, conflict of interest, I think number of permits, and I think there was something else. I don't remember what it was at the time. But anyways, he said all of those things are things that have to be dealt with by the board. So it's probably not helpful for the planning commission to have people going to the planning commission and addressing comments to them that are items that they can't do anything about.
correct.
So,
so they should focus their comments on what the planning commission is.
and that's what the planning commission is there to listen to. What are the comments about the zoning amendments? The content of the zoning amendments, what should be in there or what should not be in there. And so the other comments are, they're kind of falling on deaf ears because they can't do anything about it. And it's a place for the public to vent, but the public does, and I think that's maybe some of the frustration that the planning commission has, that the venting is happening in the wrong venue. And so I'm not sure how you can change that, because the public can show up at any meeting and say anything they want. But
And I think you're both spot on with that. And so, maybe if we just, and it sounds like Mickey has at least done that on 1 or 2 occasions, explain to the public who might not be familiar with this process, who makes what decision, right?
Mhm.
And so maybe they start off with their meeting with that. And that's not going to change somebody from coming to the podium and speaking their mind.
Right.
It's just not going to.
Right.
But what we do want to do is that the proper public comment gets to the proper people to make the decision.
Mhm.
And
And I think you can see later in the board packet that we have listened.
mhm.
We've listened. And we're addressing certain issues.
And the last item of importance that I have is in bills for payment.
What page is that?
I lost it. I'm sorry.
you can use the bookmarks.
Yeah, I'm looking for the bookmark. There they are. Begins on page 97. My question is actually on page 99. It has to do with the rental of a skid steer for storm cleanup. I got a report and forwarded it to Clerk Goss on the 18th that there was a report of potentially our contractor, Lawn and Order, doing some work on a private property with this skid steer. And I think Clerk Goss responded and saying I should check with the property owner. But I will say that this person is your employee under Parks and Rec. So I believe that is your responsibility to do. And And so it seems extremely coincidental that the township rented a skid steer. And
Sure.
then we have reports of it being at one of our rangers' homes.
And my understanding of the situation is that we paid for the skid steer rental for the work that was done at High Prairie. And the park employee paid for a rental of the skid steer for work that was done at his house. So we are not going to pay for, obviously, skid steer rental at a private residence in the township, no matter who it is. So
So I would expect to see some, I guess, some proof of that.
sure.
Sorry that took so long, but we
Not a
got
problem.
a lot of good conversation came out of the planning commission minutes review. And I think we got 2 rock solid agenda items that we can address. So thank you for the board's patience.
Can I add
Okay.
something?
Yeah,
If you go to the first page, the August 24 Plan Commission minutes, it says exactly what his 3 things are. Dean, taking our time and getting
hold
it.
on a minute.
What page are you referring
Yeah,
to?
let me get there.
I don't know. I don't know
Packet
page numbers.
page?
August 24th,
24th.
is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay, so that's on
First
electronic
page,
page 31.
and it's special meeting business. Down in the middle of the thing, right where it says Dean, it says taking our time and getting it right is appropriate. Would like a field trip to Kalkaska and another township downstate doing the same. The majority of the concerns are conflict of interest, number of permits, and just vote. There is nothing that the PC can do to address any of those matters, no matter how long we take. It's the role of the PC to try and fix what's broken, question mark?
Thank you, Heidi.
I knew it was in there.
I honestly, I missed that statement, so I appreciate.
I think
the
you
3
said
board
it
members.
like more than once that evening, but I'd have to look back at my notes.
Sure. Anything else on consent?
I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar items as presented.
A second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bauman,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
No.
Hubble,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
That brings us to unfinished business number 1, mobile medical response. Because of how in-depth, I guess, this agreement is, what would happen if everybody just reviewed it in either convert it to Word or take the PDF and make comments on it so we can share it? That's what I did with Acme Township when we first got the agreement. So I can share my comments with any board member. How would the board like to proceed?
Well, I wish Doug was still here because he had a couple things he was going to bring up.
Right.
One was the term of the agreement. And so we did agree on less than a 5-year agreement. I don't think we specifically said how many years, but
In
So I-
subsequent meetings, and I didn't mean to cut you off, I apologize, but Doug did indicate 1 to potentially 2 years is what he's interested in.
That's what I
yeah, well,
remember.
I'm not going to agree to anything less than 2. 1 year is, I think, kind of crazy, but But so I think that is one comment. I would have liked to hear what Doug's other comments were. I don't have any comments. It's very similar to the agreement that we signed previously. I think if you have some comments, I think they should be stated now so that we can get this sent off to the attorney. Our attorney for review of it from our township angle.
Because Acme Township's gonna send it to their attorney.
Yeah,
also.
exactly. So I think everybody should be ready with their comments now and just make them and
Okay. I'm ready to go. Would anybody else like to go first?
I only have two, so I'll go first.
Okay.
Um,
First of all, what page of the agreement? Can you help
I
us
don't
with
even
that?
need to look at that. The chief's okay with it. The only problem I have is the supervisor from Acme. I'm in agreement with him, one or two, because every time we come to this table, we're discussing dispatching of that ambulance. And we shouldn't have to discuss it. If the 911 is doing their job, they should be doing their job. But apparently it's something, there's a disconnect somewhere. So I'm gonna try to work on where the disconnect is, but I would only go 1 to 2 and see what happens and see if they up. Because remember, they've had shortages of employees and everything else. So I want to watch this build and see how it transpires. I mean, what happens if we do a 3-year and here we are in year 2 and they're out of employees?
Well, there's an option in there.
I
for us to
saw
get
that.
out.
I understand that. I'm using it as an example of, we really need to see how they pan out.
I don't have a problem
So-
with the 2-year. I have a problem with 1 year.
One
It's
is
not enough time.
1 isn't enough time. 2 gives us enough time to address the issues we have.
So in the multiple meetings that we've had with Doug, Acme Township. Cheryl, you've been to at least one. Heidi, I think you've been to at least one. Other townships may have a different feel for MMR because they don't have our agreement, which says that unit is going to be in our 8380 facility, right? And so I think for a very long time, MMR has been hesitant, if not restraintive at times, to respond to other calls using the Whitewater rig just because that clause is in our contract. Whereas when MMR took over the Northlight agreement, it was a bigger soup pot. So they had, I think we've discussed this a couple of times here at this board meeting. I think there were 5 ambulances to cover the entire Grand Traverse County. So certain townships might have an experience very much different than ours. And I think that's where we will be with a shared ambulance agreement. Our car is going to be gone, and it's going to be gone a lot. So I think that's where Doug is coming from and why he wants a 1 year. Does it get any better? Is 1 year enough? Probably not. I kind of think a 2-year would be something that we could discuss. Yep. What was your second item, Heidi?
I thought I covered both of them.
Oh, okay. Does anybody else have questions on the agreement? Is
I
that a
found
yes?
some typos in there that need to be corrected, but I can send those to Steve. I just highlighted them. They're just little typos, word misspellings or too many spaces between something. Let me just see if I put any other notes in here. No, I did not.
So you reviewed it for, I guess, form, but not format, or you reviewed
No, I
it for
reviewed it for
format?
substance.
Okay.
But along the way, I caught some typos. I'm not saying I caught all of them.
Right.
I wasn't looking for typos. They
In-
just popped out at me. I reviewed it for substance.
Any substance issues?
No, other than the length of it, which they shot us their standard 5-year contract. And we had talked about doing something less than that, which I'm in agreement with, although not as short as 1.
Right.
I don't think that's a good indication of, I mean, I can understand some of Acme's hesitancy, but you know, we've had 6 years. We've had excellent service here. So have they gone out of the township and answered some other calls? You know what? That community should be thanking us for
Mhm.
our ambulance coming and serving their citizens instead of complaining that and worrying about whether we need to take some disciplinary action or something against MMR for helping someone. I mean, I've felt that was almost being intimated by Paul Scott and Doug White that, well, shouldn't you be getting on MMR's case because they came into our township? And I think, well, no, I think you should be thanking us that your citizens got served. And you didn't get the call that no one showed up on this ambulance call, because township boards do get those calls. I get those calls.
Mhm.
I got those calls before we had MMR. And so, and I've had some calls since then, mainly to do with, you know, well, I got billed for a transport. So, which they have a policy about. So, I think that I kind of lost my train of thought there, but I think that we need to go with minimum 2 years. And, I mean, obviously, we don't have the other appendices to this agreement.
Right.
But the basic agreement, I think we can shoot our comments off to the attorney and have our attorney get busy looking at this. It's all gonna have to be meshed with what Acme comes up with as well. So I would presume that
Can
they're
we
gonna
wait to-
review theirs this evening and send it off to the attorney as well. So.
I have just on page 3 of this agreement, under performance standards, it talks about township that is
Hang
designated
on,
to
let me
solely
get
to
there.
these townships.
Let me get there.
I'm sorry. It's
Page 3, and what was the
letter
heading?
A, under performance standards, it's towards the bottom. ALS response times, MMR's deployment plan for the townships is meant to handle pre-hospital calls. The MMR unit Alpha 3 is assigned to the townships and it's designated solely to the townships. I know Doug is concerned about that, but if we're sharing between 2 townships, there are going to be times it's going to be in our township. My concern is it does not say, it gives the standard response time for up to 80% of the calls in the township, but it doesn't say, and we've talked about this in the past, it doesn't say what hours will it be designated into Whitewater and what hours is it designated into Acme, because it's going to be sitting somewhere 24/7.
You have to look at where your majority of your calls are to sit your bus, but apparently not.
So
You know,
is
normally
that
the
something
end-
we need to ask to be in the contract? Is that something that is not going to be in the contract? It's just going to be how it ends up? And that was one of the questions that I had.
See, I would add to that. I don't think it's important what you're saying, but I don't have a problem where that ambulance sits on. In our township or if it's in Acme. As long as
thought
it's
we-
making its calls.
I thought we just
Shouldn't
redid our
matter.
firehouse because they needed stuff for the
But
ambulance.
we're beyond that now. I mean, we're gonna work with them. So
Right.
it
Well, I
shouldn't matter where the
understand that.
ambulance sits, as
No.
long as it makes its calls.
That's right.
That's
But
why I say 2 years, so we can grade them. And if they aren't making their calls, then we address it. But where that ambulance sits does not matter as long as it makes its calls.
Okay.
Why it matters.
That's only my
Paul.
opinion.
I know. The only reason why it does matter is if it's sitting in our barn and I have a heart attack, it's closer to get to me, honestly.
Mhm.
They're 3 minutes down the road compared to 12 minutes down the road.
But one might say that in Acme too.
Exactly. That's why I'm just
That's right.
wondering.
So,
Like
But-
Heidi said, the call volume is probably gonna dictate where it sits
It
most of
usually
the time.
does, but here's the thing. Acme doesn't have any air conditioning. I want the guy that's driving my ambulance to come get me if I need him. I want him refreshed. I want him sleeping. I want him eating. I want him ready to go. If Acme doesn't have air conditioning, we have air conditioning.
Why don't
don't we?
they, how do you know they don't have air conditioning and where?
Cheryl, do they have air conditioning in Acme?
I have no idea.
Oh, no, come on, you sat right down in there and said, don't you have air in here? They don't have it in the township building. Isn't the fire department attached to the township building?
Well,
That
first of
building that
all-
They
they
have a separate
rent
building
out
for
back,
housing.
Yeah.
that
Well,
houses
that's what I'm
the
asking.
ambulance.
Is it air conditioning?
No,
I would-
they
Is it
don't.
air conditioning?
Just like we did when we were renovating. Remember the unit we brought in?
Right.
They have one sitting there permanently. It's
So
been there
then
for
it
what?
really doesn't
Years.
matter. It's gonna go where the, supposedly where the abundance of your calls are is where your bus is supposed to sit.
Cheryl.
Well, from what I understand, Acme Township, they don't have an ambulance. This is about using our ambulance to serve both communities. Also, they do not have crew housing, and we do. And it's my understanding that they're going to sleep here. That's my understanding.
I guess, Cheryl, all I want is a clarification.
But I get it. And so we'll send that question to the attorney. If Ron's gonna send the questions to the attorney, Ron can send that question to the attorney. Is it going to be addressed in the contract where the ambulance is gonna be? But I don't think you can make a hard and fast decision. Okay, it's gonna be here down in Acme, 6 AM to 6 PM, and then it's gonna be here 6 PM to 6 AM or something like that, because again, it's gonna depend on where the calls take them, when they happen, and all that type of stuff. But I've been under the impression that they don't have crew housing down there, and we do.
What's that
That
trailer
building
then?
back there, Cheryl.
I don't know what that's used for.
They
Okay,
rented
they
from the
have
same
crew
people
housing.
we
The
did.
Excel rental?
They have the whole thing exactly like we do.
They have crew housing.
Okay, so then how are you gonna come to, what are you gonna put it on the line? Okay, here's the line for Acme and Whitewater. Okay, sit right here.
And I don't think this board needs to micromanage that at all. Just as Paul says, they've got a response time, they've got a contractual response time that they have to meet a certain percentage of the time. And remember that Whitewater Township has extremely low call volume. Extremely
Which
low
means
call
they're even
volume.
gonna be further. than
So,
that.
and so I can tell you that, having been involved, for going on 9 years now, just about the end of 9 years with ambulance service in Whitewater Township, there were plenty of times when we had Whitewater Township ambulance service and North Flight made it on scene before our ambulance did. Because why? Because they had somebody sitting in that building down there, and we didn't have anybody sitting in the building here. That was before we had MMR. So there's calls that it's what, 5 minutes from here to Acme? If you get out on this highway, it's 6 miles, I believe, from Broomhead Road to 31. Okay, at the speed limit, that's 6 or so minutes. They're usually going faster than that on a priority 1 call. They're gonna get here. In the contractual response time. Even if they are sitting down there, they're going to get to a lot of places in Whitewater Township that within their contractual response time. And if they aren't doing that, then it's just like they don't make the contractual response time all the time now, but they don't have to make it all the time. There's lots of other things that enter into it. Did they go to the wrong address, or were they sent to the wrong address? What are the road conditions? There's all kinds of things that enter into that. Not calling on scene. When they get on scene, it sounds like that's become an issue or has been an issue. You have this a case by case basis. I'm with Paul. I don't really care where the ambulance is sitting. I don't want to micromanage that for a professional ambulance service company. I don't want to micromanage that for them. Where do they think they need to be? It's common knowledge that ambulance services move their assets around in big cities and stuff like that to cover for each other.
Okay, time
So-
out. Why don't we ask the chief what he thinks? he knows what this ambulance does more than anybody else. So
And
let's
I'm-
ask his opinion.
And and I want to, if we are going to have comments from the chief, I would like them to be directed to the review of the document, because that's what we're doing. I have no problem hearing from the chief, but it has to be what's in the document.
And I want to ask you a couple of questions about your statements.
Sure.
Okay. And Paul, this will also go to you. And it has to do with bus location. Okay. So the 5 minutes it takes for them to come from Acme to Whitewater, I want you to hold your breath. So you can start anytime, I'll time. Let me know how you feel
Let's not.
after about 2 minutes and 30
He's
seconds.
very
Let's not
serious,
waste-
Cheryl.
I'm serious.
He's not
Let's
wasting
not
anybody's
waste time
time.
on the ridiculous,
This
okay?
isn't
You made the
ridiculous.
statement, not me.
No,
And I want to know how many times you've had a family member use the ambulance service in the last 9 years.
well, I
How
haven't.
many?
I haven't,
Okay.
but I'm just telling you, and we.
And
know
I'm just telling
have.
you that
and-
5 minutes
Is a long.
is a
freaking
long
Oh,
time.
I get it. 5 minutes is a long time when you're in an emergency
So
situation.
don't
And
sell
how
it short.
many, and how many time, but 5 minutes is way within their contractual response time. Okay, their contractual response.
We're talking
time-
about an additional 5 minutes, Cheryl. And if you can't
Additional
add,
5 minutes
if you
for
can't
what?
add,
An
I
additional
think this
5
is kind of
minutes.
degrading here.
Yeah,
It
It's an
is.
emotional,
but
thing.
you cannot say that it makes no difference
I-
where that ambulance is located, because it does.
I don't
But you
disagree with
can't-
your comment at all, Ron. I get what you're saying. But we gotta remember here.
We're
this
now
is-
sharing.
We're now sharing, and this is
That's
the
right.
chance you take. If we don't like the contractual time, then we make them change that and address it.
Okay, that's fine, but it comes back to address Della's concern about where. And so we could do it a couple of different ways. We could shorten the response times. That might help us, right?
Well,
Or-
we can suggest it. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
Because
Right.
again, they have
No,
to tell
I
us
like
if they
the
can do
idea.
it or not.
Yeah,
I like the
This might go
idea.
back and forth a few times.
I also like Ardella's idea, where is it gonna be?
Right.
because I think Steve Meyer probably already has an idea where the bus is going to be sitting when. I just want to be informed.
And
That
that's-
if at midnight, my husband hits his head again.
Are we
I got
driving to
somebody
Acme
coming.
first? Are we driving to Acme first?
and
Right.
that's a question to be sent to MMR, to Steve, along with all the other questions that Ron has. That's a question to be sent to Steve. Let's get the answer to it, or send it off to MMR, find out what the answer is.
And so I don't know if Chief will back me up on this, and I'm not looking for it, okay? But my interview of people who actually ride in the ambulance, these are the boots on the ground. They cannot have their day exist in the cab of a truck day after day after day. They need a mental place. And so that's your move around points. Okay. And so even though it is important to have them in a fluid state, and maybe they do need to move up or relocate to a certain intersection to cover both places, we have to be respectful of the people actually doing the work. And they need a place to decompress. They need air conditioning, they need heat and a comfortable chair
Food.
outside of their car for how many ever hours a day they
Yeah,
need,
do their paperwork.
how many ever hours they need. And you're right, we shouldn't micromanage that, but
Right.
we can't expect them to spend their life in the cab of that.
No, and I didn't suggest anything of the sort that they're gonna, for 24 hours, they're gonna be driving around or sitting somewhere in their vehicle. No, that's not going to happen. And we don't want that to happen. That was not even close to what was suggested. I'm just saying, like Paul is saying, if they're sitting down in Acme, there's a lot of places in Acme Township they're gonna get to, I'm sorry, in Whitewater Township, that they're going to get to within 12 minutes and 59 seconds, even though they're sitting down there.
But
and this vice versa, because Acme, I'm
I just
sure
want to
is
make sure that
concerned-
they're not sitting down in Acme all the time.
And that's a fair
Cheryl.
question to MMR.
Well, I think one more thing we all need to be cognizant about is, unfortunately, we live in a rural community,
Yeah.
a lot of back roads in these communities. So that's going to
Yeah.
affect their call times too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the chance you take with, living in these rural communities. Unless we want to double up on our ambulance service.
The same could be said about internet service.
Exactly, but I mean,
And I have that.
my point is, I don't want to
Just
lose focus that we got to remember that.
Yeah.
Unless we want to double down on what we're paying, you're not going to have the perfect ambulance service in these rural communities.
And quite honestly,
You're just
Paul, it's not double down, it's triple
Right.
or
It's
more.
not
I just
triple.
wanted to point it out. It's
The
going
number
to cost
was-
us more money if we want to have better service.
Yeah.
More ambulance service.
And,
Which
and
we
it,
can't afford.
it was about 650, and that's what this board agreed to do, is get that number,
Right.
right?
But it's
And-
important to state that it's 650,000 if we go along.
Versus 295.
Versus
Yeah.
295 to share.
So I mean, it is an important thing to understand, no doubt. So with respect to the actual agreement, anything else?
I don't have anything.
So I think in the interest of time, what I'm going to do is just list the various sections of the agreement and a synopsis of my comments, because this can't be done in an hour.
And a question? I mean, you mean to the attorney?
None of these are for the attorney. All of these
How
are,
many comments do you have?
I have a significant number of comments.
Okay, so you're gonna send those to us? Is what you're doing?
It was.
Well, I think they need to come to all the board. They should have been provided to us. If you have that many, I mean, that it can't be covered in our meeting time.
Well,
I
I
think
just,
the
I
board
said
needs
that
to
at
get
the
them.
onset, and you told me, no, we
Well, I
needed
don't
to
think
deal
she-
with it here.
Yeah, but I don't think she understood you had that many.
So,
Right. I mean, because here's the thing, is the rest of the board in agreement with those issues or not?
that's the
We-
reason we
we-
have a meeting.
Right.
Okay, so if we don't want to, I think, again, if we review the tape, I recommended we send our comments to one another, but you said, no, we got to deal with it now. So what do you want to do? How do you want to do it?
Well, if you want to send them to everybody, but then when is it going to the attorney's office? That's
Do you
what I
want to
wanna
call
know.
a special meeting, or you want to deal with it now?
I want to not have this meeting go 5 hours like the last one did. So,
Make sure you extend it legally this time. Thank you.
Right.
I think, my own opinion, if it can be done, just send your comments to each one of us, and if then after reading them, if we think we need a special meeting, we call a special meeting.
yeah,
I mean, that's just my personal feeling.
No.
I'm guessing it's Doug White has his hand up. It's D White.
You might wanna,
Yeah, you might want to answer that one.
Yeah, Doug. There's a lot more people. You should have said that there's a lot more people on board.
Hi, sorry I had to leave early at the meeting. I had a phone call I had to take here at the office, unfortunately. I believe a lot of this can be handled as far as the time commitment between where the, can everybody hear me? I guess is what I should ask.
yes,
Okay. Is the time from when the rig leaves here in Acme or whether it's from Whitewater to Acme or Acme to Whitewater? I think a lot of that time can be worked out. I agree with the fact I looked at your times that you had. I have questions on the time frame. We've never received anything from MMR as far as any reports at all. I've been working on them since the beginning with them. The reports I get are through 911. central dispatch here in Traverse City is where we get ours. There are some things that we have on the contract that they have sent out. Like to go over with them and talk with them. I think personally that we should sit down with Steve and show him whether, whether it's Whitewaters or Acme Township's concerns with Steve. I would like to see, let's get a meeting up with him in the near future. See.
Recommending that we have a similar meeting that we attended in early July, where we had, I think, 1 or 2 board members from Whitewater and then 1 or 2 board members from Acme, or are you recommending we just have a joint board meeting with our full boards?
I would rather do it with 1 or 2 members of the board, not have a quorum and sit down. I think a work session that way with Steve would be a whole lot more productive than getting both boards there and having quorums and all of that. I don't believe we would need that personally. Let's get things hammered out and then get it back to our boards to let each board look at the contract afterwards.
Sounds good.
I'm good with that.
Him too. I think it's a great plan.
So Doug, do you want me to set that up with Steve, or do you want to set it up?
I can get it set up if you want, no problem.
Cheryl, I think you were to the last one. Do you want to have it here, or do you want to go to Acme?
Oh, I'll go to Acme, no problem.
Can we use your house, Doug?
Sure. I'd rather use the hall here.
Do you have air conditioning?
No.
Not in my house.
Neither do we, really.
But here at the office we do.
Wherever it's most convenient for, I don't care where it's at.
Okay, as far as I'm concerned, I don't really care where it's at. We can have it here, have it there. I'll talk to Steve and see what, I'll get few dates from him and then we'll get back at it.
Sounds good. Perfect.
Does that
Thanks,
sound-
Doug. So I will forward my comments to the board members, and then we'll, I guess, take place in that meeting. Or we will participate in that meeting, I should say. Is there any other discussion on mobile medical response?
Oh, I would add that Steve, at the MMR Advisory Board meeting, he offered that if the Whitewater Township Board would like to sell that ambulance to MMR, they would be interested. I'm not sure what it's worth, but I throw that out there in case the board wants to sell as opposed to lease.
Okay.
I guess just one more thing on that comment.
Which one?
that Cheryl
Luis,
said.
yeah.
I would like to, to know what that ambulance is worth, the pros and cons of if we sold it or leased. I mean, it's worth hearing.
Yeah.
While leasing or selling it.
Well, our lease currently binds them to replacing it if we decide to go back on
Currently,
our own.
You're
Yeah.
right.
And so being
That's
that
true.
this is only a 2-year contract, I'm not even
Yeah.
interested in looking at selling it.
I agree with that. I
I'm not
forgot
either,
about
because
that.
you're gonna leave yourself all
Yep.
your eggs in one basket again.
I
Right now.
totally forgot about that.
Yeah, right now, I think new ambulances are, how long are we gonna wait for the brush rig? That might not be fair question.
Well, even
Vehicles
car
are-
lots are empty, come
Yeah.
on.
It's
Yeah.
like the CSI tried to order 5 F-550 chassis, cabin chassis, and they're like 2 years out.
Mhm.
So you can't even get an ambulance.
Yeah.
I don't think we remove our eggs. I think we keep some of our eggs.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. I forgot.
Yeah, this
That's
is
a good-
unprecedented times.
Yep, yep, makes sense.
And I'd much rather be picked up by a wreck than not picked up at all.
No kidding, at least something show up.
I'm just saying. Mhm. So the next business item is really a review of what's going to come to us in October, right? So on page 141 of the packet, you'll see the two motions. Motion number 1 is a motion to forward Grand Traverse Plastics IFT application and all supporting documents contained here in this packet. I think there's about 43 to legal for final review. I need help with this. This is the first time the township's ever done it. Our assessor has never performed this part of an IFT. I want to make sure that we've done our part.
Can be nerve wracking.
Well, I'm sorry. what?
It can be nerve wracking knowing if you've gotten all the pieces of the puzzle. Because if you don't and you submit it,
They'll bounce it.
so,
Right.
and I have a couple of questions on this. In the document, it says every 4 years it'll be reviewed, but it didn't say who does the reviewing. I think that should be spelled out.
Okay, so let me catch up.
Number, I think it's number 9, letter A.
All right.
Because, I mean, if you're assigning that duty to the supervisor, assessor, treasurer, or zoning administrator, I think they need to know.
Sure, yeah, no, good point.
And we're sending this off to legal. And I don't want to be a complainer about this, but we're paying legal fees for one company. It's an IFT for the township, but it's just one company that's requested it.
Okay.
So I'm just pointing that out.
May I address that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, because there is a fee associated with this, right? And so we can charge, I believe it's up to 5% of the tax rebated or our actual costs. So from the beginning, Chris Patterson has kept a separate column just for IFT expenses. So he can provide us with a final documented account from his corporation of how much this cost us. So our costs will be completely offset, provided we're under 5% of, whatever the
Right.
tax break is, which we should be well under that.
And of course, we're gonna change the date to October, right?
And we should change the county from Leelanau to Grand Traverse.
Yes, I saw that.
I saw that too.
Well,
I
have a
just got
much
the
more-
date in
I thought, is there
GTC.
a reason for that? I have a big question mark in the silence.
I just got it highlighted.
Mhm.
Well, I have a much more preliminary concern, and that is the fact that if you look at page 144, it's the instructions for completing this Form 1012, which is the Industrial Facilities Tax Exemption Application. The first line says, "The completed original application Form 1012 and all required attachments must, in all capital letters, must be filed with the clerk of the local unit of government where the facility is or will be located." I have received no such original application. This isn't even properly before the board right now. I need to receive that application from Grand Traverse Plastics. I need to review that application, make sure all the required attachments are there, and then put this on a board meeting for discussion. I haven't even seen the original application. And it says right here, must be filed with the clerk. Until that happens, this is all not going to happen. We need to follow the procedure.
So then we'll just tell them no. These are copies of the original document. The original will be printed. If you like everything that they've written here so far, we've already come up with one item. So these are documents to be reviewed and can be considered original when printed.
But I think there's things missing here, is what she's saying.
No. I don't know what's
And
missing
this-
because I haven't gotten the original application. The instructions are extremely clear. The completed original application form 1012 and all required attachments must. This isn't my rule. This is who puts out this form, the State Tax Commission. I'm not sure who puts out this form, but
The Treasury.
because actually there's a spot later, the clerk has a lot of things to do with respect to this application. And we're gonna have to do them in an orderly manner, starting with the receipt of the original application form being filed with the clerk and all required attachments. That has not happened. Now, I know that this has been, we've been trying to kind of fast track this and move this along to meet this October 31 deadline. That's not a requirement. And in fact, I don't even think that's going to gain them anything.
Cheryl, did you read the
Excuse me, I'm
instructions?
not finished, Heidi. I don't even think that's going to gain them anything as far as the December tax bill that's going to go out, because even if we got something to the tax commission by October 31st, they're not going to make a decision within a month. And your tax bills have to be printed before December 1st.
It would affect the following tax season.
Exactly, which isn't until July of next year. So this really isn't a super urgent matter. It's very important. None of us have been through this before, not just the supervisor. None of us have been through this before. And we need to do this in a methodical manner. And starting with, I expect Grand Traverse Plastics to walk in here with a completed original application form and all required attachments, because later on, you'll see the clerk actually has to send that, I forget what page it's on, send that original form to the State Tax Commission. So there must be an original.
The thing is too, though, guys, is she is correct. All this documentation needs to be presented from the applicant. It all needs to be there. The clerk is the one that's going to be responsible if it's not.
Excuse me,
That's
did
right.
anyone bother to read the instructions under applicant for the industrial facilities tax exemption certificate? Did you read the directions? It says, file the completed application and the required attachments with the clerk of local government. So he has to complete this and then file it. Unless, of course, you want to send that to the attorney, but the Michigan Department of Treasury wrote this.
I think that's what she just said, Heidi. It's not complete.
Okay, but we're trying to complete it now. So why would this get?
It's not our
postponed?
job to
It's the
complete it.
applicant's job. to
This is the
complete it.
applicant's job to complete this application form and all the required attachments. Why are we completing forms for them? No. We're not going to utilize our time and resources to do that. They're the ones that want this tax exemption. They're the ones that they can get their own legal advice on filling out these forms and pay their own attorney to do that. And then we can review it when it's been properly filed.
Okay, so I can tell you've not read the entire process. So that's fine.
Well,
Again,
when I
you're-
got to that
well,
part,
I'm speaking now.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. The township also has responsibilities here.
Absolutely.
And while the clerk may have to verify it, the clerk doesn't have to fill it out. So all of those documents are contained within this packet. I wish you would have taken time to read it.
Oh, I'm
I'm
not
sorry
gonna
you
fill out
didn't.
anything on their application.
No, that's our work. We have work here to fill out. And again, you would know that if you read the process. And so I'm sorry that you've let the public down once again.
I'm,
But
Okay,
please
if-
stop with
Ron.
your
If-
derogatory
If
real
that's,
remarks. It's ridiculous.
well,
Totally ridiculous. The completed original application form 1012 and all required attachments must be filed with the clerk of the local unit of government where the facility is or will be located. It's their application. We're not applying to the state tax commission for them. It's their application. If they want to do this, it's their application. I don't know why we're filling out a form for a private entity.
The only part of the form you're filling out is the section that says the clerk fills out.
Yeah,
But you have to have those documents provided to you in order to fill them out. Fill out the boxes, check the boxes. Yes, I got this. Yes, I got this. And what Cheryl's saying is she hasn't been presented with any of it.
no,
It shouldn't be this hard. Just,
so we will have
We can
them
still
submit
com-
the application.
right, right.
they need to do that.
And all the documents that are supposed to be there, and we still should be able to have this ready for our October meeting. I don't,
Well, not for a public hearing. Well, how do we know when they're gonna file it?
well, hopefully they'll do it right away once they get the information.
Well, until it's actually filed and everything has been verified to be complete with all the attachments, I'm not just gonna be able to do that in 5 minutes. I'm gonna have to look all this stuff over. You know, I don't see how this can be set for public hearing in October.
We may have to have a special meeting or something for
Yeah.
it, or agree at this meeting right now that if they turn in their application and Cheryl's able to assemble everything, she sends it off to the attorney once that's done. Is there anything wrong with that? Because then maybe the attorney can get it back to us in time for the October meeting. This doesn't have to be the end all.
Oh, no, it's not.
We can work together on
Not
this,
at
right?
all, but it needs to be done as the form indicates.
So Ron, you're gonna ask them to submit, right? Their application to the clerk's
It
office.
sounds like it's the clerk's responsibility.
Well, you're the one that's been working with them on the industrial development district and all that. And I'm surprised you didn't read at the top of page 144, where it says how it has to be submitted. So, you know, I mean, I can call them if you want. I don't have, is this Craig Dillon, the person to call? I don't know who your contact person is over there. I guess his phone number's on here. But as far as I can see, they have to supply all this information. We don't even know what half of this information would be. They have lots of things to supply.
And have you looked at the bottom portion of this particular business item with the documents that they have submitted?
What page are you referring to?
Just the bottom portion of it.
Of what page?
Well,
It doesn't matter, because they should have walked in their application to the clerk's office
That's right.
with everything attached. We shouldn't be getting it in the board packet and saying, that's good enough, it's been supplied to the clerk. I get her understanding here.
I'm
So,
fine.
I mean, I think we can make that happen fairly easily.
I mean, on page 146, you've got this checklist and you've got some things checked off. And then down at the bottom, you've got comments as of 9/2/2021 RMP that you've accepted in the completed Department of Treasury application form. You cannot accept that form. It has to be filed with the clerk per the instructions.
It's information that was submitted as of that date. I've accepted nothing. Do you see my signature anywhere? No.
Okay, well, all I know is you have your initials on that checklist, and so, but that has not been done. So.
Well, it has been, as
the
of that date.
The completed
So-
Department of Treasury application form 1012 has original application form 1012 has not been filed in the clerk's office.
So we'll have them get that to the clerk's office.
Please.
So do we want to schedule a public hearing for October?
I don't know that it'll be ready for public hearing by October.
There is a deadline of October 31st for this
And
application.
Ron, could
No,
you
there
please
is not.
explain the deadline for October 31st?
Yeah, it's a deadline for them for the STC to receive it and then make a decision by tax day, which is December 31st.
And that's if they're going to make it, if it's filed by October 31st, they will act on it by December 31st. If they get it after October 31st, that's in here somewhere, I read it, they will act on it after into the new year. And that's why I brought up the point about the fact that there's no tax bills that are going to be affected by not having a public hearing and getting this stuff all into the tax commission by October 31st. Because they're likely not going to have a, and I'm sure it's a State Department and they're all about half working like every other state department is. And I can tell you, I would be shocked if they had a decision in 1 month. And it would in fact have to be turned around sooner than that because Della has to print the December tax bills, what, a week or two before the December 1st deadline for mailing those out. So they're going to miss the December 1st deadline for the December 1st taxes. That's just the way it's going to be. And also it's not an abatement on current taxes. It's only an abatement on the new investment. So has the new investment been built yet? I mean, I don't know. I haven't been down there. I don't know exactly what they've done so far, but the abatement isn't on anything current. It's only on the new investment. So I can't imagine there's going to be any new investment that's going to be on the December 1st tax bill.
Well,
So it's not
my
going to
question-
affect that one. And then the one after that isn't until July 1st. So there's no reason to try to hurry this along.
There's been a lot of material. So it's, please forgive me if I've misunderstood something here. But the October 31st deadline, that was to affect not this current tax season, but next tax season. If you miss that deadline, does it have any effect? Let's say that they do send it in by the end of the year.
Says applicants received after October 31st may be acted upon in the following year.
Okay, so the following year would be next tax season. Correct?
That's what I would interpret.
So this isn't like it's. Cheryl's correct, it's not going to affect anything this year.
No.
And
No.
it is something that,
Not
Is-
necessarily true.
okay, help me with that. Tell me
Sure.
what you're talking
So
about.
tax day is what day?
April.
December 31st. right?
Yeah,
So a lot of
Oh,
times
that takes-
during construction, assessors will assess a percentage of construction. And the construction was supposed to start, I believe, yesterday, according to this application. So, but whether or not that does take place, I don't know. I wasn't there yesterday to see if it took place.
And in any event, that's a December 31st evaluation, and that's not going to affect the December 1 tax bills. That's only going to affect next year.
No, it does affect.
But that's
2021.
assuming, that would be assuming that Dawn is out there and she's evaluated a construction that may or may not have started yet.
And likely she'd do that from the permit applications,
Right, but
which are in.
Well, I know
I
one
still
thing.
don't see how that's gonna affect a determination on, that's effective December 31st. That's a month after the tax bills went out. It's not gonna affect the December tax bill.
I know one thing. We need to make a decision. We're still in unfinished business and I have an appointment at 12:30 and I'm not staying here past 12. So we better get moving. This is going, I can see this is gonna be just like the last meeting.
Well, I think that.
Cheryl, did you read page, I don't know what page this is, but the instruction for completing the form 1012, it says before commencement of the project. Did you read underneath that? Because
What
you-
exactly are you referring to?
Okay, well,
Page
you
number
get to
and
fill out,
paragraph?
hold on the application, you're responsible for 16, right? 16A and 16B. Those are your qualifications. That's what you're supposed to fill out.
After it's all done.
And it says, please note that the attached listed on the applicant in number 16A are to be retained by the local unit of government, and attachments listed in the number 16B are to be included with the application when forwarding to the STC. You're treading a fine line, but okay.
I see
Well, the-
16B, State Tax Commission requires the following documents to be filed for an administrative complete application. And there's a whole bunch of that stuff I don't have. So, once again, the burden is upon the applicant to supply documents that are ready to be considered. And so we need to have the original application and all the required attachments filed with the clerk's office before, and then I may have questions on that. Something may be missing. I'm not gonna sit here and say that this is gonna be ready, that, first of all, I have no control over when they walk in here. Then I've got to have some time to review it. Then you've got to get notices out and publish a public hearing. I don't see that happening for the October meeting if they walked in here with all of it tomorrow. I really don't. I think that what we need to do is that they need to be notified that that they have to file the original application and all the required attachments with the clerk's office, and
we'll go
they
from
should do
there.
that as soon as they can.
Would be that enough?
So I'll notify them to make the application, original application.
With all the sporting documents.
And original
please.
is, just to be clear, printed and handwritten.
Well, it can be typed, but it should be, if they have to sign it, it should be, it should
Original
be An
signatures.
original signature.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Well, new business, resolution 2113.
Make motion to approve application for permit commercial
not-
medical marijuana facility form.
That's not the one. It's
Not the one?
resolution 2113 fee schedule.
I'm sorry, what, Cheryl?
Didn't you say it was resolution 2113?
Reading a
No,
memo.
it's 2116 is this
I
one.
got 2113 fee schedule for marijuana.
That's the
facilities
first new
and stuff.
business item. Resolution 2113 fee schedule.
That's what's on my paper.
But Della started saying motion to approve application permit. That's not the fee schedule. That's what I was bringing to her attention.
Della, it sounds like we're still on business, new business number 1.
He was just trying to speed the meeting up.
Yeah, that resolution 2116 and those other documents, that goes with the Grand Traverse. It's on page 203, Della.
I don't even have a 2116 on my agenda.
Yes, you include, well, I numbered it. It's not on the agenda specifically. It's within the Grand Traverse Plastics documents. I gave it a number.
I see. Gotcha.
We're on page 203 of the packet.
Motion to adopt 2113.
Resolution 2113. Is that your motion, Dell?
Mhm.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I have some discussion.
Okay.
This is great that we're doing forums and everything, but we're spending an awful lot of money and not letting the people vote yet. So if it's the trustee's job to watch the money, we need to curtail our spending here on marijuana until at least the people get to vote. But those are just my comments.
Well, I would add, since we've had so much listening, I'm just asking the question, I'm not proposing it. Asked, what can the board do to get this on the ballot sooner than next year? That's my question I would like to know.
I would too, because the attorney wouldn't answer it for me. There's only two people can.
Well, the board's
Get
the
the
only one that
question
can tell us that, I believe. But I just been thinking about that the whole meeting, and I would like to know the answer to that question.
Everybody would.
Well,
Paul.
the court ruled that it had to be, and the statute says, the court ruling followed the statute, that the question has to be put to the public at a regular election. And a
I-
regular election is where there is a candidate on the ballot.
So I take that to mean the board doesn't have a choice in that. They
So
have to
the
follow
board
the
doesn't have a
election law.
choice.
It'd be nice if we could override that, but we can't.
So we don't have a regular election with a candidate coming up.
We
before
don't
that.
have a regular election in November. In 2022, there would not be an election in March. Those are only held in the presidential years, when that's the presidential primary. And then I don't know what will be on the ballot in May.
But could we have a special election?
If there was to be, no, that's what the court just struck down, was a special
Right.
election.
So a regular election, we'd have to put a name on the ballot, is what you're
So
saying.
if there becomes a name, for some reason, if something, there becomes the next date after that is whatever the date is in May of 2022. If there is a candidate on the ballot, the question of the completely prohibiting recreational marijuana could be on that election date. If there is no candidate on the ballot in May, then it cannot go on that date. It will, the next date certain that we can say that it will be on the ballot is August of 2022, because next year we're voting on governor and all the state offices, county offices that are up for reelection in the gubernatorial election cycle. So the board's hands are tied as far as what date we can put that on. Now, everybody understands, I believe the board understands or should understand from information they've been given, that no application for recreational marijuana can be given final approval until, well, first of all, the zoning ordinance amendments are complete. a special use permit has been granted. And of course, the vote has taken place. So, but in the meantime, these housekeeping matters, especially with respect to medical, can be put in place. And I believe the board understands how those came to be on our agenda.
And from our closed session meeting with our attorneys, we are following recommendations by completing this process.
I thank you for clarification, and that's the way I understood it. I just wanted to have the public hear it the way we were explained it to us. By approving these, doesn't mean we're moving forward with all this. It's just doing
Nope,
housekeeping
nah.
right now.
Still spending money. It's like 75 bucks, I think.
Well, it's got to be done only.
Okay.
And to follow up, I'm not so sure I agree with everything that we were told. And I do not agree with everything recited by Clerk Goss.
Well,
Well, just for the record, I'm not going to point it out. I am just in disagreement with what we have been told and with what was currently recited here.
I appreciate that. And everybody's entitled to,
Their
I
opinions.
respect that, your opinion, Ron.
Yeah.
You have your opinion on it, what you perceived out of that meeting, and I'm going off of what the lawyer told us, so, you know. Way I perceived it.
Mhm, yeah. So
That's all I have.
do we have a motion and a second?
Yes.
Okay, so my response here on this particular business item is that this particular motion or this particular resolution could be incorrectly written pending the results of the next election, where this decision is actually turned up or down, right? And so for me to consider support, we would have to drop any reference to ordinance 60 and deal with just the medical stuff, which still has not been, to my understanding, still has not gone through planning commission. So I think we're still on a slippery slope here with that. So that's all I have to say.
And my only response to that is that if the vote on whatever date it takes place does wind up completely prohibiting marijuana in recreational marijuana in Whitewater Township, although the tribe will still be doing it. So you're not going to completely prohibit it. But then those sections of this resolution that relate to recreational marijuana will be inoperable.
Any other discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Smallman,
No.
Hubble,
Yes.
Pop,
No.
Fennec.
Yes.
Next business item, I think, starts on 206.
I'll make the motion to approve the application for permit commercial medical marijuana facility form. This is to approve the form.
Oh, I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Heidi,
Nope.
Della, Paul?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh, wait a minute.
What, this is.
I thought you were asking for discussion.
I am.
Okay, I don't have any discussion. Do you have discussion?
Oh, I thought you were doing a roll call.
No, Cheryl does.
I'm
the
sorry,
roll
I
call.
thought that's what you
That's
were
all
doing.
right.
I'm
We,
sorry.
we're changing things for you. Just trying to keep it fresh.
Sorry,
Any?
I don't have
discussion?
any discussion. No, thank
Cheryl, any discussion?
No, thank you.
So my point is, understanding the clerk's statement, the application process does not require zoning approval. The following is going to happen. Applications made for 5 licenses. Let's just say 5 licenses. Commercial district between 2,500 and 7,500 plants. $25,000 in fees are paid to the township. Then the planning commission determines to remove the commercial district from the list of allowable districts. The township then keeps the $25,000. I believe that that will wind up causing the township more grief. The township should not be accepting applications for permits. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you brought up that commercial district thing because I'm not sure why the planning commission is even talking about that. I'm not sure how that got into their discussion. I'm not sure, and I haven't seen their ordinance documents that are going back and forth. The board never discussed commercial. We only discussed ag and recreational.
But
So,
to be fair, it wasn't in the ordinance. We didn't spell it out. So I think that is one other thing that really does need to be addressed in both ordinances where this is allowed in the township. So
That's not our job.
and I can address that.
apparently it
Donna.
is.
I did talk to Chris Patterson about that. And the insertion of the zoning districts is not appropriate in the police power ordinances. It will be in the zoning ordinance.
Yeah.
So, when these zoning ordinance amendments get to the board, I'm going to be urging we strike the commercial district from it because we never discussed having anything in the commercial district. We're only allowing 2 types of licenses, neither of which do I believe would be appropriate for our commercial district. And so I'm not sure why we're even talking about, or why the planning commissions, I don't know whose suggestion or at whose suggestion that wound up in the zoning ordinance amendments. But I think it needs to be removed. If not at the planning commission level, then at the board level.
The other comment that I have deals with the form substance. And so earlier in the IFT, we referred to section 9A, Della. I believe that was your comment. My point here is that each one of these questions that need to be answered on this application form should have a label on them. They have sub-labels, 1 through 7, 1 through 4, but none of the major check boxes are labeled. So if we
As
had
to
it,
where it came from the ordinance, you mean?
no, let's, for example, say that we filled out just page 1, okay, of this application, and I'm specifically looking on page 207. Okay, and I'm specifically going to answer the question, proposed facility will operate within. Check 1. All I'm saying is that proposed facility will operate within should have a number or a letter before it. So if we have a question on that specific one, we can go to, let's take a look at question number 2. I don't understand your response. Obviously, this is pretty simple to understand, but my point is that it's labeled.
I have a few questions. I took the ordinance and I took the application and I did a side by side.
Yep.
To make sure that what's required in the ordinance is actually in the application. I don't know if anybody else did that.
I did.
So I have a couple of things.
Can I just make a point here? We just approved the application.
Oh,
We did?
we did the fees. I
That's what we
thought.
just voted on, wasn't it?
No.
I made the
No.
motion.
You made the motion, but we haven't,
Oh, okay. We haven't voted on that yet, have we?
no.
For some reason, I thought we had. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. So I have a few things, such as on page 2, number 3, under add accounting of, should be 100% in there, that he's dropped that.
What
But
packet page are you on, Bella?
I'm not on a packet page. Like I
Page
said,
2 of the MMFLA form.
page 2. If the proposed permit holder is where I'm starting from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 3.
Okay.
In the ordinance, it states accounting for 100%. And he's dropped that off. I think that needs to be added back in, because if this is a form going to applicants and they're filling it out and they're providing the information that is important to be there. It's in the ordinance, it should be on the form.
Okay, and I let that go because it said identify all. And I assume.
Up to 100%. If it's an ordinance, it should be on the form.
I've got no problem with that. That's reasonable.
And I don't mean to jump around on you. I really do apologize, but underneath page 8 of the ordinance, letter F, social security numbers are not listed on the application form. That would be underneath business factors and community factors and compliance factors. They talk about being able to do background checks, and part of being able to do a background check has to do with social security numbers, but it's not listed on the form where you supply that information unless it's someplace else.
Did you say page 8 of the form?
No. Well, I think it
Of the
should go on page
ordinance.
1, but underneath page 8 of the ordinance, letter F, social security numbers are not listed on the application form, is my note. So if you go to in the ordinance, page 8, this was a difficult thing going back and forth.
Mhm.
And most of it was pretty straightforward, except when you got to the compliance factors, the community factors, and the business factors, because these are all additional things that we can ask for to help us make a decision if they are a good fit for our community.
And they didn't seem to flow in order either.
Well,
With the ordinance.
there's a lot of stuff here that is not on the application, so I'm assuming there's got to be a vehicle or an avenue for the zoning administrator to say, this is also what we're going to need, or we're going to ask of your company. It's in our ordinance, we have a right to do that, but I don't see it on the initial application. So, and for example, I would like to see, there's one section that I would like to see spelled out under, on page 2 of the application, under business operation plan, number 2, security plan meeting, the requirements of the township ordinance. That's all it says. But when you actually look in the ordinance under security, I mean, they list out quite a bit of stuff. I believe that should be on the application. Nobody believes these applications are supposed to be small. Nobody believes that these are supposed to be tiny. They know they're going to be required. So I think what it says in the security section in the ordinance should be what number 2 says on the application. So the people understand it. They don't have to go, oh, it's in the ordinance. Okay, I'll go back here. Now I'm going to show you. If it's listed on the application, it'll be provided right up front and you won't have to ask for it.
So similar to the ambulance agreement, if you have so many questions, why don't you forward them to the board and we'll just deal with them one by one.
Mostly because we're trying to approve an application today, and I'm just wondering if anybody
Well,
else
we-
has these
We were
concerns.
also trying to deal with an ambulance concern today, but that got postponed.
Well, you don't want to make any changes to the form, okay. If that's what you're saying, Ron,
No, I'm
I mean,
saying
if
we
that's what
should,
you're saying,
I'm saying we should treat it very similar to how we treated the ambulance.
okay, well, sure.
In other words, don't rush it, take our time.
That's kind of what we decided to do on the ambulance, but I mean, can you forward that, your notes to us?
Yeah, sure. I just thought everybody else would be doing that comparison too, but apparently not.
Well, I did, but I didn't have all of those concerns.
Well, I talked to Bob about the application, and Bob says he sees no problem with the application and it's something he can work with. And I believe in his report, he also says the same thing, but I guess I had more concerns than he did.
Sure.
But I'm willing to go with whatever it is. He's good.
But I
with.
have a concern with his thoughts on it because did you read his first comment where it says more thoughts from staff? I mean, if you're gonna go into his report, talks about township allows for land to be divided into extremely small parcels into the A1 agriculture.
But that's not what we're talking about right
It
here.
has something to do with it though, I'm sure.
It doesn't,
Continue
according to
on.
him, when I talked to him on Thursday.
I think if you, with the concerns you have, I think that maybe we shouldn't act on this one right now.
Now, I don't agree with that, Paul. I mean, we have an opportunity to make some changes here today, but it's not being well received to make any changes. So we go with what we got and we can bring it back later.
Sure.
I don't agree with that.
I
We're
don't
gonna do it,
either.
let's do it, let's make the changes and get it done.
But nobody has said if they agree with my changes or not, Paul.
And
I
I,
mean,
That's not what he said, but okay.
Cheryl?
one thing I would make a comment on is that I'm the person who does background checks for park employees, and the social security number is not needed. The
Okay.
driver's license number and date of birth is what's needed for that, and full name.
Okay, I was
Um,
not aware of that, Cheryl.
Yep. And also, I'm looking at the form and I see what you're talking about a security plan meeting the requirements of the township ordinance. But it's the applicant's duty to make sure they have consulted the ordinance and complied with all of those things. Remember that when an application is received, the first thing that's going to be done is it's going to be reviewed for completeness. There's no sense in trying to make a decision on something. They have to file everything. So the zoning administrator, probably with some help from the attorney's office, is going to be making a decision on whether.
More documents need. are
Yeah,
needed.
exactly. And I don't know if you remember Chris Patterson saying that he's never seen a first time submitted application that's complete. They always have, the applicants always have more that they need to supply. So I don't think we need to have every little thing. I think Bob and or the attorney's office will have their own checklists of what does the security plan, what are the security plan requirements of the township? And they're gonna know, for instance, like A, B, C, D, underneath that number 2 that you brought up, they're gonna know what all those things are that are supposed to be submitted and they're gonna be making sure that all those things are submitted. I guess I want to give them some credit for being able to do that and not make the application. I mean, already I think it's a 5-page application form. It seems like there's a lot being requested. And I hesitate to make the form Certainly, they have a lot of things they have to
Well,
supply.
you kind of answered the question that I had about the more information section, the civil and community and business is not addressed in the application. You've answered that question that I had because it is additional that the attorney and the zoning administrator is left up to them to come up with that checklist and ask
Yeah,
for more information.
Exactly.
But that
Using
clause,
the ordinance.
that clause is not in the application. It is in the ordinance, but it is not in the application.
Which clause is that again?
Additional information.
I think that is on the form that they will be asking additional questions.
And to your point, Cheryl, where do you see the driver's license being recorded or even birth date asked for in this
Well,
application
if the
form?
back, and that's, again, that's a, where do I see it being recorded on here?
Where do you see it being asked for?
Proof, wouldn't it be underneath identify all owners in their,
Applicant and all
paragraph is
related
that?
persons acknowledge and consent to.
copy of valid unexpired driver's license or state ID for all owners. So it is there.
Which page is that on,
It's
John?
on the second page, 2 of 5.
Thank you.
Not on 205, that's a resolution.
no,
certificate.
2
Two
of
of
5.
5.
Oh, 2 of 5, I'm sorry. Two
What
of-
paragraph?
Towards the
See,
top.
this is where the numbers would come in handy. See what I'm saying?
This is towards the top.
Second box.
Of the page, I trust.
So we could make the change on here to say that these are going to be numbered instead of box. The box can still be there for checking it off. We got this done. I mean, because that's what that is all about.
So why do you?
I see documentation indicating legal status, copy of company information, formation documents, percentage of ownership, proof of registration of the state of Michigan, good standing. And I don't.
Right
see
under
that-
number 7, copies of a valid unexpired driver's license or state issued ID.
There it is. Oh, box
Yeah,
number
and,
2.
and
got
let
it.
me just say that this is just a simple application form for employment. We don't ask for people's social security numbers on there. We have that blocked out on our form. You should not be asking for a driver's license or a social security number on an application form. When you ask for that information is when you have done your interview with the person and you're.
This is not
thinking-
employment.
This is not the
No,
same. This is a
but I'm just
regulated
saying,
product.
it wouldn't be placed directly on
Cheryl, you're
this
at the end.
form. It would not, those numbers would not be.
The point is
placed directly on
that
the
it
form.
can be asked for if we need it because it's in the ordinance.
Yeah, it's already asked for. Copies of valid unexpired driver's license, that's got all the information on it. For all owners, directors, officers, and managers of the proposed facility.
Comment that I have is, again, I have few comments, but this one appears to be on packet page 209, page 3 of 5, last box on the page. A statement regarding any other marijuana establishment. Comparing it to the ordinance, which says list. And my thought was just keep it consistent with the ordinance and that you list any other marijuana establishment, commercial, so on and so forth.
Yeah, kind of going back to what Bob said to me on Thursday. No application out the door, first attempt out the door is going to be kept. Things are going to be updated along the way as you find out what's happening. or what's needed. And we should give him the leeway to be able to bring those changes to us and say, we need to make these changes to this form. This
Hope
is
he
what I'm
brings them
seeing.
Before the
So
fact, not after. Is he gonna bring them before or after the fact?
He would bring, if he starts getting applications in, Heidi, and he sees that there's a need for a change in the form, he will bring it to us right away. So, and we do have the option, he has the option, and so does the attorneys, according to our ordinance, to ask for additional information. So even if it's not in the form, they should still be able to do that in-depth investigation that they need to do. But for future, they should be able to have he should be able to have the leeway to be able to change these forms to include more information if he needs to.
He has that leeway with regard to the land use permit form.
And yet he's hesitant to do it.
Yeah.
Scheduled a little bit.
So we are beyond our 3-hour mark. And we have got a long ways to go.
Oh, we got a motion in a second on the table, so. And we discussed.
Only other comment I'd have is, again, these are just something applications right now, or there isn't any, to my knowledge, pending.
There's none in.
No, because we haven't had a form.
And it's important to keep in mind, even if there is one, we don't have a special use permit updated. We don't
You haven't
have an
even got
amendment to our
zoning.
zoning ordinance.
Right.
So even if somebody goes through the whole process of turning everything in, we're not going to be approving applications yet. But again, according to what we have been recommended to do, this is part of the process.
And so how do we want to move forward with our 3-hour time limit on our meetings?
We're going to keep moving forward,
And you need a vote.
I feel.
I'll make a motion to continue the meeting until the agenda is completed.
I second.
Motion made, seconded, further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Hubble,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Valmuth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes. So there's motion made and seconded, lots of questions. We want to forward them to us, Stella. We want to bring them back. What do we want to do?
You know what? I'll forward him to the zoning administrator. and Maybe he makes changes to the forms. Maybe he doesn't.
Is that a consensus that all board members send their notes to the zoning administrator?
I don't agree with that. Simply because we already have Bob's input that while they don't follow the ordinance exactly, he doesn't have any issues with them right now, so I don't think that's going to avail us anything. I think as Paul stated, or maybe Della stated, you have to start somewhere with an application and this is a good starting point.
For the most part, it follows the ordinance. I just had additional questions.
Roll call when ready.
Pop,
No.
Goss, yes, Valmuth,
Nope.
Bennett,
Yes.
Hubble.
Yes.
The second part of that agenda item is the motion to begin accepting and processing applications for commercial medical marijuana facilities as of. And then there's no date in there. So I do know that it was recommended that the board start doing that. So I guess I'll make the motion to
As
begin
of.
accepting and processing applications for commercial medical marijuana facilities as of, and I think the date I would put in there is 10/15/2021. The reason I say that is because that's after our next meeting on the 12th of October. And if there would be some reason that we would not want to do that, we could rescind the motion.
Why don't you just put August 2022 on there?
I don't believe that was the recommendation.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready. October 15 is the date.
That's what I put in there. Hubble,
Yes.
Pop,
No.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Balmuth,
Nope.
So I think that brings us to packet page 212. New business item number 3, MERTMA application form and acceptance of applications.
and once again, I think this form approval is similar to what we just did. So I'll make the motion to approve the application for permit adult use marijuana establishment form.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? I have similar comments as to the first. I'm sure you do too, Del. So I'm just going to not repeat my comments of the first time. Any other discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Balmuth,
Nope.
Pop,
No.
Hubble,
Yes.
Goss, yes. And then this agenda item also has the motion to begin accepting and processing applications for adult use marijuana establishments. And with the same, and the way I look at it is anyone.
Do we have a
who's-
motion?
Didn't I make that motion? I did make the motion,
Did you?
and Della seconded it.
Okay.
I can read it if you want.
Yeah.
Motion by Goss to approve the application for permit adult use marijuana establishment form, second by Bennett.
I'm sorry. I thought we were on the dates.
Oh, this,
Accepting
yeah, I
processing.
guess I haven't made this motion. All right, okay, so.
You want to
Good
make the
point.
motion or?
Go ahead.
Motion to accept and process applications for adult use marijuana establishments. 10/14/21,
I made it 10:15.
10/15. Might as well stay consistent.
Now we have a motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
No.
Bennett,
Yes.
Valmuth,
Nope.
Goss, yes, Hubble,
Yes.
New business item number 4, resolution 2115, reduction of medical and recreational marijuana licenses or permits.
Motion to adopt resolution 21-15, amending the maximum number of commercial medical marijuana facility and adult use marijuana establishment permits.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
What are we reducing them to?
Did you read the packet?
Yes, I did. I
Then you
saw
know.
your presentation in there. I want you to tell the public. In case they didn't read the packet.
It's a reduction of 61% and 63%.
Actually, Del, I ran that number and it's 63% for both. 63%.
Well, it's going from 50 permits for class A, B, and C to 15, 15, and 20 in 2020. So it's a reduction of from 300 permits down to 110, or 280,000 plants to 104,500.
Why are we treating medical and adult use differently?
Has to do with the number of plants that are allowed under each license. If you look on there, class A, under, for the
So you
15
wanna
is only
allow
500
more
plants. And recreational is 100 plants.
Yep.
So
And
that's the only reason there's a difference.
And
No,
under,
actually, there's a lot less
Yeah, there's a lot less under recreational than there is under,
on the Class A and the Class B licenses. There's a lot less plants allowed because the number of plants allowed up to under Class A and B is much less than medical.
Cheryl and I went out on the website and we pulled up the townships that are allowing it, and that's in your board packet too.
Mhm.
That big, long,
So
sorry
you
about
needed a
that.
Magnifying glass for? Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
exactly. Well, you know, if you look at it online, you can zoom in on it.
Well,
It's a
that's what I
lot
had to
easier.
do, so.
But we worked with what we could find, and we tried to come up with a reasonable reduction according to what other townships are doing. And I will say this, I listened to Planning Commission, I listened to the people, all their comments. And again, this is a place to start, and I feel comfortable with this.
I had an outside observer. They did not read this packet, but they asked why we would even limit the number. And they made reference to, you don't limit the number of playgrounds, you don't limit the number of restaurants, you don't limit the number of gas stations, you let the market do that.
Ron, we got in trouble with 300. If you said it's uncapped,
I'm just repeating stuff that,
well, that
Right.
person's wrong in this community.
Yeah, the big, one of the, not the only objection, but the biggest, one of the most oft repeated complaints is the number of permits. So this is nearly a 2/3 reduction in the number of permits. And I
I
think
mean,
we
any other
just-
board member could have taken the initiative to do this. Cheryl and
Yep.
I decided to do it.
Yep.
I hope it's appreciated.
And Mike Jacobson was heard this morning suggesting that the number of permits could be reduced by, what did he say, by 2/3 or, you know, down
He
to a
wanted a
quarter of what's
quarter.
been. Well, he
Said a
said,
quarter.
he said two different things, but, so I think this is where we landed with all of it. And certainly it's a huge, huge reduction. And that should help because we won't have the number of applications that would have been allowed. So.
Any additional comments, questions?
Well, that's great that you guys did all this and it's fantastic and I enjoyed the how you did the population and everything. I also did the same thing. I went wider out. Problem is, the people have asked to vote and you haven't let them vote yet. So whatever we do on a subject that requires a vote, it's kind of a moot point until the vote. So we're not gonna compromise here because the people are still not getting, they're getting their vote in August, but we're spending money and moving all this forward. So that's all I got. I just wanted to explain my no vote.
Sure.
And I think we've got a false narrative going on here that the board did not allow the vote. The judge did not allow the vote, okay? We were here. When I watched the hearing in the morning, I was very disappointed that the judge wasn't going to make a ruling till 4 o'clock because I had election workers coming at 3:30, as we always do, to set up the precinct. Literally, when we got the phone call from Bonnie that the judge had canceled the election, this building was ready to go for the vote. The absentee ballots were that we had gotten back and we hadn't gotten all 500 back. Some people don't return theirs. And but we had gotten a substantial number of them back. They were checked in, ready to go to the AV counting board. Literally everything that we have to do was done, except for the last thing that I do after the election workers leave is I download the precinct list and which is the list of all the voters in the township, to the electronic poll book and print out that precinct list so that if we lose power, we can continue to have the voting go on. And that's a requirement. Those are the only two things that weren't done. We were ready in this township for the vote to take place. It was taken out of our hands that the vote did not happen. And there's nothing we can do about that. We can't conjure up a regular election in November. Who knows what will happen in May? The deadline is gone for a November election. And so something might happen in May. I don't know. That's something that I can't predict. And so we already know that there's not going to be a permit issued under the MRTMA until after the vote. We already know that. So that's the status. So it's not that I resent the insinuation that we, as in the township board, prevented the vote. We did not prevent the vote.
Any other comments or discussion? Roll call when ready.
Valmuth,
Nope.
Goss, and once again, it's to adopt resolution 2115, amending the maximum number of commercial medical marijuana facility and adult use marijuana establishment permits, and I'm voting yes. Hubble,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes. Mini disaster discussion.
I like your idea.
Paul?
I think this is something that I've talked to you about previously in the past, so I like the idea.
I agree with her.
Heidi?
Then you better rescind from opting in, because you opt in to follow the GTC plan, which has instructions. But if you want to be reactive instead of proactive, that's what they think you're doing anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
So Heidi,
Yes.
we can't have additional on top of, we follow theirs, but. we
I don't
have
know,
our
you
own.
have to ask them and see what's in their plan, but,
Well, it sounded like you knew.
well, yeah, because I read their plan and I read that Whitewater Township hasn't been in that plan for the 15 years that we've existed, other than we had some tree damage.
Ron worked with them during that time of that tree damage, right, Ron?
I think what she is.
What I'm
referring-
saying is, go ahead, Ryan, if you want.
No, I'm only making assumptions here. So please
Well, what
explain
I
yourself.
was gonna say is basically, we're 15 years behind. Okay, because this process started long ago and it started with opting into NIMS, which is National Incident Management Systems and ICS. Am I wrong, chief, or am I right?
That's correct.
So there's a lot of reading to do. There's a lot of homework to do. You guys opted in to follow NIMS. Could be why we got the response from the Grand Traverse Emergency Management that we did, because we haven't bothered to do what we were supposed to do. I don't know. There's two things that screw this up: egos, and I don't want to take something. So I don't know what to tell you, but in their mitigation reports, Grand Traverse County has moved and moved and moved and moved. Whitewater Township, when did you say you opted into NIMS? 2020?
No, long ago.
How long ago?
I want to say it's one of the first things we did in 2012 or 2013. We probably didn't do much in 2012. We only had two.
So in
meetings.
2013, did you do anything when you opted in, or did you just opt in?
I suppose.
What do you mean by doing anything?
Well, there's we're policymakers. Therefore, we need to take ICS 100, 200, and 700. 127 for these guys?
I've only taken. I've
7 and 8
only
probably.
taken certain classes offered by.
These are
Greg
FEMA,
Bird.
right? These are FEMA
Yeah,
courses
they're
offered by
courses.
FEMA. and
So I can't tell you which ones I took. I'm assuming I took the right ones because we did have their plan effective in 2015, right?
Mhm.
I think then I would have found out if we were deficient in something. Again, I don't deal with disasters every day. So I'm willing to look at maybe what we don't have covered.
Well, it depends how far you want to push this, because you either have to follow their plan or do your own.
I don't think that's right. And if it is, then I'm not going to follow Grand Traverse County. Because in this particular case, I was on the phone with Greg Bird, Emergency Management.
I understand that, and I
he
see
told
where
me
the
there
failure
wasn't
was.
going to be any declaration and that he was in touch with various fire chiefs of the area. I think maybe even ours included. And this is 12 hours after the storm or thereabouts, maybe 24. And so there wasn't going to be any declaration.
'Cause they didn't even
But
open
yet
an
Cheryl and
EOC.
I are here, we're fielding frustration from people up and down Cook Road, various places. I got a farmer to let us dump chips. But then all of a sudden, the first load of brush showed up. What does brush do to a farmer? You know, it's just something you got to deal with and you put on a pile every year and burn. And so that stopped right away because we didn't have anyone available to man.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
2015, I was over there at the dump site quite a bit. It was a real discussion at Emergency Management, whether we would accept stumps, another problem for a farmer. And so in 2015, we did accept them. But in 2021, I couldn't promise the farmer stumps weren't going to show up. And so all I'm saying is our 2021 event did not fall into the same category whatever reasons, as 2015, and we got nothing from the county. Whatever I'm proposing here, I don't even know what it looks like, but it is meant to deal with people of the township, concerns about wood chips, brush, stumps,
I mean, you have to
whatever
do
it
it
is.
anyways, because you got to take care of yourself for 3 to 5 days.
Whatever it is, from pumps to equipment. If the county doesn't do something, I want to know that we can do something. And I want to begin looking at that policy of what our plan might look like. And that's why I said it's a mini disaster plan. We're not going to do it to the federal standards. Bullshit. First of all, most of the people that run that program, I don't want their help.
They're not going to give it to you for 3 to 5. That's why he didn't even do he didn't even do a damage assessment in this community. I asked him, nothing. I said, could you ask the Coast Guard to fly over? I just need to know if a tornado touched anywhere. I can't find any touching.
So Ron, I would like to have this brought back and where we could discuss a little farther about putting together a group. What?
Cheryl has a question.
Well, I don't want to cut Dell off, but I think you're going in the right direction. What I did, because, you know, I get calls and I don't just get them around the
Right.
time of wind events.
Right.
I get them in the spring when people are cleaning up their yards
Yeah.
and stuff, and they want to know, does the township have a place that they can drop off their brush and, you know, grass, whatever they've all got, everything from small to big. Okay, they want a place to drop it off. And I believe that we should work towards having a place in the township that people can do that, because it is very inconvenient in this most northeast corner of the township, of the county, I'm sorry, to go to the Grand Traverse County brush drop-off site. So now we can't do it at the park, Whitewater Township Park, because the deed for that to the township says that that property can only be used for a park or for forestry. Okay, it cannot become a dumping ground for storm debris. We're gonna have to find some other place. But what I did, it sounded to me, Ron, like what you want to do here, and I agree with it. It sounds to me like you want to have a township emergency operations plan. So, okay, not the county's deal because they handle other things. You want to have a township emergencies operations plan, an EOP, that spells out what the township can do, ways that help can be given to our residents and taxpayers in emergency situations. So what I did, my first question was what statute or whatever gives us that authority. So I went on and I didn't find the statute, but it's clear from the MTA's website. They have a wealth of information on the MTA's website. If you just go to their answer center and go to the letter E for emergency, you'll find a whole bunch of resources on there. About, you know, and then you can start to, you know, figure out it. For instance, you know, you have in your thing, public lodging. Well, okay, but we actually wouldn't be doing that. We wouldn't be managing a public lodging place, in other words, because how that happens, from what I read here again, is that, you would have to designate somewhere as a safe place. This
Safe
building
haven.
ain't it, but somewhere in the township that would be, you know, a safe place. But beyond that, the Red Cross, so we don't want to duplicate what other agencies are doing, right? So you've got the Red Cross out there. They're the ones who come in, and the first thing they do is they determine whether you have a true need for an emergency place for people to sleep and get food and stuff like that. They determine whether you have a need for that, and then they set it up and manage it
Excuse
and
me,
run it.
Cheryl.
Excuse me, I'm not finished, Heidi.
Okay.
Excuse me. I have
But
several more
point of order
comments.
here, we're getting way beyond
No, no, no.
the
I'm just,
scope of this.
no, this
Because
isn't
if you
beyond.
call
the-
in the Red Cross, we're already at county level.
You are.
Let me stop. Would you, I think everybody needs to go to the MTA's website and see what resources they have on there. Because you want to set up something, but for instance, who's gonna run it and all that kind of stuff. The Red Cross has experience. So here's some of my questions. Okay, the types of services you propose will cost many thousands of dollars, even for one event. Where will the funding come from? Who will decide how the funding is spent? In other words, who gets it and who doesn't get it? Especially if there is a large scale event where the demand for the types of services you propose is far greater than the available funding. And my last comment is just that you need to see the numerous resources that are already on the MTA website regarding emergency and disaster preparedness for townships. I get it. We're not the county and we're not the state. I think the biggest thing we need from the calls I've gotten is a place to dump storm debris. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can access these resources specifically for townships and get an idea of where we need to start with this.
Ryan, can I help you out
That's
with this?
my
No,
point.
no,
Okay.
we've already gone way too far above the
Okay.
agenda item, okay? All I want to know is the board interested in hearing more? And
Yes.
if you are, give me an idea of what you think a budget might be from 1,000 to 10,000. And that will allow me to provide a plan scope. As you start getting into the Red Cross, you're already above 10,000.
But it's for me, that a layperson that doesn't have the experience in the emergency management category, it's kind of hard for me to sit and say, oh yeah, Ron, 10,000 is gonna be, how do I know?
You should have 10,000 in the
what-
safe just in case nobody takes cash.
What I'm interested in finding out, right? So this could be, like I said in the memo, it could be from everything from wood chippers to bobcats to whatever. Mainly brush handling and water handling. Those are our major items, right? And so if I had an idea that we were going to go with a $5,000 plan, then I would know that maybe we could rent a 10 horsepower brush chipper, not a 30 horsepower. Maybe we could rent a bobcat with claws.
But I think you're putting the cart before the horse, because, you know, your suggestions of assembling a small group of people other than board members to do this, they should be doing the evaluation. They should be gathering the information. Once we have all that information, then we'll know more what kind of money we're supposed to set aside for this.
I'm not going to go out and ask people
Okay,
to,
I'll have an
I'm
open house.
speaking. I'm not going to go out and ask people to commit their time and volunteer and then find out there's $1,000 bill.
Oh, no, we would never.
Not
Ron,
going to do that.
if we're committing to putting together a group because we all feel this is important, I don't think, I think that's kind of a silly statement, and I don't mean to be offensive to you at all by saying that. I'm just saying, wish it was more eloquent with how to come up with that. I'm not. I'm just saying, I cannot sit here today and tell you, I'm gonna give you a $25,000 budget for this, because how do I know what these things cost? I don't know. And I like your idea of putting together a group of individuals with these type of trainings to tell the township what it is that we're lacking and we need. I like that idea,
That's not the idea.
but it should be the idea if it's
The-
not.
The idea is that these people are in place when the emergency happens.
Ron, why don't you put something together like you're talking and put some numbers on it for the next meeting and then we discuss it. That, to me, that seems like the more appropriate, you know kind of what that involves. And then we say, no, that's too much or that's not enough. Might be a better way to handle it.
You don't think having an open house, kind of do a hot wash and have an open house? I'll sit here for 2 hours while people come in and tell me what happened to their house. I'll write it all down. but we don't even know everything that happened in the community unless we go out there and get it. So how do you fix something or prepare a plan if you haven't even hot washed what happened? And a hot wash is going over everything that you did right and everything that you did wrong.
I don't think.
But don't you have to have a plan that sets out the procedure you're
No.
going to follow?
What I'm trying to
That's
do
already
is
done.
stop his team from
Right.
responding to a flood right here. Meanwhile, somebody in a car accident can't get medical attention or extraction equipment because we're busy dealing with the flood. Okay, I mean, I appreciate what that man does over there in the corner, but enough's enough. I mean, at some
You
point
shouldn't
in
be sitting
time.
on a tree fall. That's ridiculous.
Well, that's what I think if you get Ron's plan, he's just trying to add a little layer to help us out here. So let's move
That's
on and
it.
let him present something to us and discuss it at the next meeting.
It's not meant to be formal. It won't pass any OSHA. Well, everything we do will be safe, obviously. But I just want to be able to provide our emergency services people some relief, like the tree incident, for
Another
example.
Band-Aid to help him out.
28 hours on directing traffic, boy. It would have been nice to have a PO ready, for example, to call the sheriff in and say, we need somebody there. And so
Why do
that's
you
it.
need a PO for the sheriff? Because we're gonna have to pay him.
Because you gotta pay
You're gonna
them.
have to pay him. If you want the sheriff to sit on a tree, you're gonna pay him.
The only person you could call is, you could call it a CERT team, you could call a traffic team. But if you're calling a badged officer, you're paying for him. Even if it's a volunteer, you're paying $18.50.
What if they don't have anyone available? Even though
And
you're
then that would be
requesting
part of the
to pay
plan
them?
though, Cheryl, right?
Usually it
Right.
goes
I mean,
3D.
that would be a little deeper. All I'm trying to gauge, and we got board support for it. Sounds like we should do something. And I'm just trying to understand how deep the board wants to go. You know, I don't personally see this over a $10,000 expenditure. So hiring an officer, for example, at probably $120 an hour,
Eats that pretty quick.
or a loader and an operator at about $175 an hour, doesn't take long to chew up 10 grand. And so this is outside of the roads because the road commission is going to deal with that. So we'll do a little more work and see if we can bring something back. Next item is AD assessing contract renewal. Couple of different motions here. Did everybody understand what Dawn was doing there for us in her
Yeah.
contract?
Yep.
Yep.
Motion to approve employment agreement with Dawn Coons in the amount of $1,200 per year as written.
Second. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Hubble?
Yes.
Bennett?
Yes.
Pop?
Yes.
Bamian?
Yes.
And I'll make a motion to approve a 2.5-year independent contractor agreement with AD Assessing at the rate of $12,750 for 10/1/2021 through 3/31/2022, which is $2,125 per month. $27,600 for 4/1/2022 through 3/31/2023, which is $2,300 a month, and $30,300 for 4/1/2023 through 3/31/2024, which is $2,525 per month.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Hubble?
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Smallmouth,
Yes.
and Bennett.
Yes.
New business number 7. Request to revert to 7 PM meeting times. I'll make a motion to reschedule all regular meetings of the Whitewater Township Board to the second Tuesday of each month, beginning at 7 PM, and to be held at the Whitewater Township Hall, 577 Vinton Road, Williamsburg, Michigan. I apologize. I apparently left the D off a board.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Well, I don't have a problem going back. A couple things. This has been skewed or tweaked as we did this because of the marijuana thing. That was the farthest thing from my mind. We wanted to try it, see if it worked. So we've heard to people, they don't like it. But the only way I'll agree to this is we're gonna have a second meeting. I'm not sitting here for 4 or 5 hours
Exactly.
again. You guys gotta lighten up the agenda, because I'm not gonna do that. I don't think that's fair to the audience to sit here for 4 or 5 hours. And I'm not pointing,
No,
any
we're just
fingers at anybody.
busy.
No, I'm
Right, I think we have so much going on, we need to, so I don't have a problem with going back to that, as long as we go back to our 2-hour meeting.
Well,
2
can
and
we
a half.
demonstrate that first?
That-
Because this is the reason we went to this.
I
This
know
is the
it.
reason I proposed it. 11 o'clock at night meetings is not right.
It's gotta be. it's
You're
got-
not making
Well,
good decisions
when
at
I
those
first
times.
moved here, you had 2 meetings. You had a casual meeting and a business meeting.
There is a lot of work to having 2 meetings, and we
There
never
is.
had a casual meeting.
There
They were
was-
It's not
always
even
board
allowed by the
meetings.
OMA.
It's gotta be done, you just gotta follow other townships. It's gotta be done by 9 o'clock, and if you don't have your agenda done, then you
Well,
push it down the road.
Paul,
Right,
I'm sorry.
I totally agree.
Paul, today, just today, from 9 to 10:35, before we could even approve the consent
Right.
calendar.
Yep.
We spent over a half an hour on the MMR thing. That's just one business item. I mean, I've been keeping it half an hour on unfinished business number 2. I mean, it goes on and on and on. So I'm sorry. I like having them during the day where I'm clear-headed and I'm able to make decisions, and we don't seem to have a problem with people showing up. People are here. We lose people at night. They start drifting off about 8:30. They leave the building. There's nobody here.
I will add to that comment. There are an awful lot of townships that have their board meetings during the day.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just because of that, what you just said. And I want to make sure that people know that it wasn't switched because of the marijuana thing. That's just
No.
ridiculous. I
No,
cannot
that
believe
wasn't even
somebody even
considered.
think that.
Why not try
Farthest
6:30
thing from my
instead of
mind.
7? That gets you out of here by 9.
I don't know. I don't, you
I'm
know, after hearing
not,
concerns from everybody, I'm not saying I'm gonna vote for it, yes or not, but I
I have not
personally
heard one
like-
person
I
complain.
personally like the morning meeting because of, you're fresh, you can get things done. And that seems to be working for me, but I'm only one person, but the other thing is we have to get things done, and I just don't, I'm not real comfortable going back to that evening session because so far we keep saying we're gonna shorten our meetings and if anything, they've gotten longer.
They've gotten longer.
And we have 2 meetings.
I'm trying to put my finger on exactly why.
Because we discuss some topics way longer than we need to.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not pointing finger at anybody, but we do. We
Well,
really,
and we
really,
do have
really
some
do.
important topics right now.
We
We
do.
do.
We have like 3.
I don't want to go there because that'll open up another can of worms. That's just my opinion. I mean, I've sat in other board meetings, and if you're ready, you should be able to come to your meeting and vote on it.
Right. Well,
I think the people need to be able to come to their meeting, and having it at 9 o'clock. If you work, you're done.
Well, I work, and I'm making time in my schedule.
Okay,
Me too.
you can do
I mean,
that
I'm not
however
saying
you
it's
want,
not about
Paul,
me.
but I've taken more phone calls.
So
I've
does that
taken
work?
more
I mean,
phone
Yeah.
calls in
Well, not anymore.
6 months.
Yeah, but I gotta tell you, Heidi, I see hundreds and hundreds of taxpayers, especially this time of year, and not one of them has said anything about being upset about our time being changed.
And they've all been in here during the day.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Don't call them.
Yep. Any further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Valmuth,
This is, what am I voting on?
Request to revert to the 7 PM meeting.
Yes.
Bennett,
No,
Pop,
Yes.
Hubble,
No.
Goss, yes.
you're.
No, I'm
you-
sorry. I don't want to revert. No, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
whoa, whoa, she said, yeah, if
Sorry.
you can't change, you didn't let me not vote and then revote. No, no, no. That's a fine line.
I mean, if we can get these under control, I'll go back to the 7 o'clock meeting.
Ron, if we have, if we, I don't know, just to add to that, I know we're done with that, but if we have to have another meeting, I'm comfortable with having another morning meeting, or if somebody wants to have an evening meeting.
Problem is, special meetings are hard to notice. Then people actually complain about special meetings because I didn't know, I didn't read the website on Tuesday. Now you're having the meeting on Wednesday. There's a lot of excuses that people have, right?
What can you do for them?
And so, I mean, there's a lot of considerations. And I like the meeting times during the day too, to be honest with you. I like them. But I also understand the people and I work for the people. So let's,
And I would just say, because I really didn't comment on that, but, you know, I've attended a lot of MTA training. And I know I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. People, you know, they want to come to your board meetings, but they also have your office hours that they can contact you during. They have your phone number, they have your email address, and they're not limited to just addressing members of the board at a meeting. And so they have
Well,
lots of opportunities.
Maybe we should not, we don't have to decide that today, but maybe we should consider having another meeting, a second meeting.
Bring that back in October.
That's what I'm saying. Talk about it, and I'll bring it back on your agenda. See how the board feels. If we're, and I know we are that busy. It's obvious.
Yes, please, Laura. Thank you. All of them, please.
what's that?
Van.
So closure of storm damaged parks and cleanup process.
I've had a couple people report to me that there's extensive damage in Battle Creek Natural Area and on Lassie Road Nature Trail again. That's gonna require some substantial time and commitment of funds to get the trail cleaned up. Obviously, we aren't gonna clean up every tree that's down there. But so I'm recommending that we close both of those parks. Ron and I had already agreed to bring this to a vote. And I think we do need to vote on that. So I'm gonna make a motion to close Battle Creek Natural Area and Lassie Road Nature Trail for the length of time needed to accomplish trail cleanup.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. So further discussion. I cannot believe the number of calls I fielded this year about hunting on those public lands.
People against or for?
People for.
Yep.
And so I think we are going to cover ourselves from a liability point of view if the park is closed. And rather than just closed park signs, I might recommend that we explain due to dangerous conditions.
I've already had the signs printed. They say park closed due to storm damage, and they have Whitewater Township and our phone number on them.
Then why are we even voting on it?
I know, she already did it, so.
If you already did it,
Your
why is
point.
this even an agenda
So
item?
they'd be ready to be posted. And this
But if
is
you
the
already
only
ordered
part
the
of the
sign, so
agenda
it's a
item.
moot point.
Okay, guys, I think. you
Let's
know,
not get bogged down in it. You do agree that we should close the parks, correct?
Yeah, and I
Okay.
didn't think it should be an agenda item. I
So
think
could we
that's
just-
something within our purview to do.
Oh, I think
Call
you,
for a vote.
well, no, the board has to vote on that, not
Can I
just,
call for a vote?
please.
I'll call for a vote.
I'll second it. Go.
Jeez.
Let's move.
Well,
What are
what are
we
we
voting
voting
on?
on?
If
If
you
you
already
already
ordered
ordered the signs, it's done.
Anyway,
Goss, yes, Valmuth,
Yes.
Hubble, Pop,
Yes.
Bennett.
yes.
The second part of the agenda item is that I explained in the memo what the process that we went through for 2015. And so I'm suggesting that I make contact with Corey Partial to see if he's interested in doing another hazardous tree inventory out there and have him visit the two parks and provide a quote. Not that he would go ahead and do it, but that he would tell us how much he would have to have. Now, that's likely to be near or as expensive as it was the last time, which that amount is in the board packet. We paid him $10,000 for that. But he also did make sure that the work was done according to the contract and all that. So does the board want to get bids on doing hazardous tree inventory? Or,
Without reviewing, so is this a motion?
I didn't phrase it as a motion. I thought it was something we could agree on.
Just
Hopefully.
get some quotes.
It can be a motion.
That's typically our process. So you want to make a motion?
Motion by Goss that she make contact with Corey Partial of Partial Tree Service to see if he is interested in the work, and if so, have him visit the two parks and provide a quote for his services.
Second.
Go ahead. You got it.
Motion made and seconded.
I got discussion. Are you gonna ask for two bids after we get this? Are you gonna go, we need two bids? So get two bids, Cheryl, maybe three.
Well, if we're gonna do that, then we have to publish it and all that kind of stuff, I think. And invite people to bid.
There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's what we did the first time. My only recommendation that we change here is that not only a hazardous tree, but one that might have some, shall I say, invasive species concerns. So I'm not a botanist here at all, but I understand that there's certain things that need to be done to mitigate different diseases. And so if we had somebody skilled, and I think that's why we chose Corey in the first place, if I remember correctly, is
He's an
that,
arborist.
that he
There you
is an
go.
arborist. Whereas the other ones were just looking at this strictly from a labor point of view.
But there was two different bid processes, remember?
I do, but the first one identified the trees as hazardous. And
Yeah.
then part of that process was that he also indicated that there was no disease currently, if I remember correctly.
I don't recall dealing with disease in 2015, but
So that's my only concern, is that we do deal with any invasive species that might be there correctly. And we would have to identify them before we could deal with them. So how about if we close the parks, which we did, and then let's bring this item back next month with an answer on whether or not we got disease.
and how
Okay,
are
but we
going
do
to
have a
get that?
motion on the floor, so we have to finish that up.
Okay. Motion made and
Well,
seconded. Further
I'll, if you
discussion?
don't want to do that, I'll rescind the motion.
Perfect.
Well, does anybody else see that invasive species should be addressed? Am I the only one? I mean, that's fine. If the board sees something different, that's fine.
No, but if he's an arborist and he's already walking by the tree, why not have him
Well,
tell
I
us?
think we'll get that recommendation if there is something we need to be careful of in there, but.
Then that
but I
shouldn't be an
guess-
issue, Ron. If she thinks he's gonna do it.
Well, but I guess when you say bringing the item back next month with an answer on whether or not we have disease, that presumes that he's going to go down there and look for disease.
I apologize. Let me clarify. In our 2015, I'm going to say it was an RFQ for the arborist. I felt we asked for a disease inventory. And so that's what I would bring back to the next meeting is our 2015 RFQ. Or you could bring it back. I mean, you have the actual original copy.
Well, I can supply it to you.
And so I just say the other thing that we could do is maybe move forward and just change the dates on the RFQ. That might be another solution. That way we wouldn't have to delay. We can move
You
forward.
wouldn't have to send it back to the attorney either.
Yeah, I think the main focus is going to be making the trails safe and passable. I did see a huge look of disappointment on a resident's face when they came in, was it Monday or Friday? To tell me they'd been down the trails and that they were, Lossy Road Nature Trail was impassable. And when I mentioned that we had this on the agenda, they looked like they had a look on their face like they really didn't want us to do that. Because of course they would like to be using the park, you know, but I mean, it's gonna be probably next year sometime before this is cleaned up. So from what I've been told is the extent of damage down there.
Yeah.
So I say I'll just supply the 2015 request for proposal to Ron for the next meeting.
Okay, so you've rescinded your motion. I'll rescind my second. Right?
Did you have
Yeah,
a
she
second?
did make a motion.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay, you want to rescind your second too? Yep. So I think we're done with that.
Yeah. Business number 10. Oop. In the light of time, how about we move board and commission compensation to the next meeting?
I agree with that.
I agree.
Because it's not of time sensitive.
Agreed.
Paul?
I'm fine.
So then that moves us to number 10, approval of park ranger wage.
I'll make a motion to approve 2021 wages for Rebecca Fleece as recommended by the clerk.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. Roll call when ready.
Beck,
Yes.
Hubble,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Valmute,
Yes.
Pop.
No. New business item number 10, resolution 2114, American Rescue Plan Act funding for broadband.
Motion to adopt resolution 21-14.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. The only thing I'll have to say is you're going to disagree. They're already calling fiber outdated. What is going on? Most everyone, so I pay attention to the automotive industry, okay? And so they're looking at autonomous drive vehicles, so on and so forth, and they're talking about the robust satellites they're going to use. And they're saying, if you don't think that's going to affect your TV, if you don't think that's going to affect your internet, you're in a cave. So whether or not that technology is true or not, you know.
It needs fiber for that.
To
work.
exist.
So it's just an industry discussion. But
And
I'm in the industry as a
Sure.
director, and every dime that's being spent by the federal government, I have another program that if you pass this, I will go after the state for 2.9 million for this township. Everything is for fiber. That is the generational transfer. But you have your right to your opinion. But fiber is what is going to serve the home business, and so it's going to draw business here. 5G is important for the cars and for mobile. It's really hard to have mobile fiber. But- So there are two different.
it's almost
discussions.
impossible.
But just like it's almost impossible for mobile to do 10 gig, we're being asked to deliver 100 gig network.
And
We're deploying
I'm in
10
support of this motion, okay? So I'm not arguing. I'm just telling you the research that I've done
I'm
is
saying it's two different
indicating
discussions.
that it's already outdated. And the other thing I gotta ask is,
Chicago doesn't have the problem.
our businesses that operate out of the home need to be good neighbors. And, you know, sometimes we just get so busy in our lives that we forget. And that's my only statement.
What do we forget?
Sometimes when we operate a business, we get so busy operating that business, we forget what our business looks like to our neighbors.
Before you leave today, I have a couple questions on your map.
Well, why don't we ask them
This is the
now?
time.
Yeah, this is the time. This is the time now.
I mean,
It's a
the
personal
map,
question.
That's okay.
the map,
I'm looking at your key here. The faded orange represents lateral based on proper funding, and dark blue areas are where we receive petitions. And I happen to know that many people down Bunker Hill sent you petitions, and we're listed in the orange. And what exactly does proper funding mean?
So proper funding to us is for every 200 households, it's a $1 million capital investment. And so for every 200 houses, it requires 1 million in funding to actually happen. So,
200 house, 1 million in investment or
That-
2 million?
no, 200 houses, $1 million investment equates to 200
200
households.
Gotcha.
Because every household is about $5,000 investment. That doesn't mean we need all that money to start Whitewater Township. It's, you know, as an example, Roscommon County did allocate ARP money to us, 1.2 million. By November, we're going to start hooking up the first 200 houses. And we've got a certain amount of lateral main line we're putting in. RDOF, when it's released in December, we'll bring another 1.8 million to Roscommon. So it's a building process where you begin to build your middle mile. So to answer your question, since the lateral was already included, we mapped out the other areas where the petitions came in. So that, we just had already labeled that because it was the industrial park, utilities. We knew about your particular neighborhood inquiry to us. So that orange lateral would create a redundant loop for the blue. And based on funding, we will continue to move forward with construction. It's one step at a time. So this project here is about $3.5 million. It's labeled there.
What color? I mean, the
To
map,
come from, I did send it in a PDF form, so.
and
it's
that's
a
what
little-
I have.
Okay, so from Elk Rapids down to
The intersection of M72.
72, that's about a 6-mile stretch, $40,000 a mile is another way of looking at it.
Okay.
They all work out to be about the same
percentage wise within so much. RDOF requires us to go to certain blocks, so that's what the blue is. We have to extend the fiber on M72 and go down that route to get the RDOF specific households that are required for us to serve. And that goes by Island Lake. Once we're at Island Lake, we're out of Whitewater Township.
The blue,
And then the
as
blue,
I see it,
The teal.
is already served by Charter,
The
okay.
light blue or the dark?
the dark blue.
so the dark blue is actually the CMIG
Having
grant
something
that just
for us.
came out. The state just released yesterday, 2.9 million left over from a 14.5 million grant.
It might mean something to you, but it doesn't, you know.
I'm just saying, it's just money, grant money that was released by the state yesterday. It's just
So-
called, but anyway, that area has been deemed as only 10x1 broadband, so therefore it is eligible for funding. I'm just explaining what the blue, okay.
Who understands what 10x1 is?
Up and down speed?
So 10 is what?
Down,
Down?
one's up. So all
And
these,
so why are we bringing fiber from Elk Rapids when it's already on M72?
because I can interconnect my two data centers and create redundancy. Elk Rapids goes up to Charlevoix. Otherwise, the hut we sent on M72 is isolated by itself, only has one path out, M72, and we always build networks where we have redundancy. I'm not saying you're funding that, I'm just showing you where we go, unless you're writing a $3.5 million check, but you're not. You know, the amount of money being requested is relatively small, but it does allow us, and we'll focus on, you know, building that path down. I mean,
So you're saying that the darker blue is something that was just recently given to you for new funding?
so the,
Because I mean, it's kind of random.
the inquiries that came in.
And what are inquiries? The form?
Petitions.
CCCfiber.com. That's what was in your
The
newsletter
petitions.
that you put out.
And that a lot of the people on Bunker Hill filled out, but we're not listed.
So what I said.
You are.
Go ahead.
We had enough inquiries from Bunker Hill that we already put the lateral to Bunker Hill on our schedule of construction.
Okay.
The ones that were inquiries, we haven't figured out yet how to do that. The yellow is already on our plans to construct. It's just how fast we do it. Do we take 6 years to do it? Do we take 1 year to do it? It all depends on fund.
And the teal is the RDOF money.
And the teal is the RDOF money that we have to get done in 6 years. Now, whether we start that now or we start it in 4 years is depending on the funding we can bring in to get the project going. So it's money and time. And the ARPA just sets up that the township values broadband. It's the only way to measure it. It's the only way federal measures it. That's the only way the state measures it. If you're not willing to put any money in it, then it's not important to the township. And what we found under the NTIA grant that we did, that was, what, Ron, I'm sorry,
What is MTIA?
National Transportation. It's a
Okay.
federal agency that
That's
funds
the tribal
broadband.
thing we signed.
It's also the tribal thing that you signed for
Last
Grand
month.
Traverse Band. We did one too. We didn't ask for your signature. We partnered with Roscommon County. That just got opened up. And it says that those that participated in it will be first in line for the next funding. So what they're saying is every time you participate with a provider to do funding of broadband, that puts you up the list when they're doing their competitive criteria. So that's the only reason for saying it, you know, and using those terms just to validate that it's a real program. So that was my comment on that, is that by doing ARPA and not waiting, you are in line with federal programs that are being released.
Okay.
And they're coming out quite quickly, so that's the only reason why even a small number puts you in that line. So,
Thank you for the explanation. I'm done.
Any other questions or comments?
Have you gotten any indication, Della, you submitted the application for the ARPA funds. Have you gotten any?
I check it on a regular basis to see where the standing is, and majority of the people are still in review of the townships.
Yeah.
So I'm
Last time
keeping
I
an
checked-
eye on it.
Last
Huh?
time I checked, we were not approved.
No, we're in review like 90% of the other ones, so
Yeah.
they're not real quick about releasing that money, kind of like what Daryl said. They got all this money in Lansing and stuff, and they're not really.
Because Grand Traverse County was originally 19 million. Now they're up to 50 million.
Well, good. Maybe we'll get more too.
Yeah, doubt it.
Show up at their meetings requesting money.
Yeah.
So in the resolution, there's a blank in there on the second page, would be page 250 of the packet. So it's talking about allocating 1/3 of the total funds received by the township through the American Rescue Plan Act. And the 1/3 share will be made payable to Cherry Capital Connection within so many days of receipt of the funds.
I would think within 30 days. Because it has to, the bank, and it's got to go through the appropriate.
And then what do
AP
you,
cycle.
okay, yeah, 30 days. What? When you receive funds like that, or specifically for Whitewater Township, specifically for a municipality, do you segregate those from other funds that
Yes.
you receive? So
Yes.
that it's,
yeah, we
Maybe.
put it in a separate Alden account. We use Alden State Bank as our capital funds, forefront
Yeah.
as our operating funds.
Right.
And we establish a monthly reporting criteria along with that. We'll also submit in detail based on the level of funds, what we would anticipate doing with those funds. And then we have a paper trail that shows it going into Alden and out of Alden with proper receipts and documentation as to what it was used for, with our goal of getting as close to every home as we can, as much dollars as we can, much
Yeah.
progress with that dollar.
so that's where I was going with that we would be able to get some kind of report from you as to how those funds were actually spent.
Yes,
I mean, I'm not saying, well, we've hooked up this particular address or something like that, but maybe 5 addresses on such and such road or something like that.
Right.
So,
more than likely, with the small amount of money that it is, it would be to buy inventory.
I see.
Because right now conduit went from 38 cents a foot in August to 66 cents a foot in September. Half my order is also at 70 cents a foot, so it's creeping up again.
Yeah.
I just ordered 150,000 feet. We would go out and order that so that by construction time, it'll be here, whatever
Yeah.
that is,
You said
because
there was
it,
quite a lead time on that, I think.
yeah, I was able to trade with somebody else on their order to get my construction completed this year. But
Okay.
many of the parts, many of the elements are June, July, August. We're pretty good at negotiating to get it when we need it sooner, because it is a
Right.
small volume. It's only 100,000 feet, let's say. It's
So
not a big deal.
you're negotiating with different municipalities to get this stuff done. How do you prioritize the order of the municipalities that you work in? Do you have crews, more than one crew? Do you just have one crew that, they take them in a certain order, or how do you determine that?
Sure, we just helped start a drop crew to do our homes because our drop crew is overwhelmed. So there was a gentleman that used to work for UC, the inspection side of it,
Okay.
started his own company. We use, we have our own crew. We have two plows and a boring machine. Our crews are overwhelmed, so we've contracted with Team FIC Underground and BM, I think it's BME or RME out of Roscommon. We're having a discussion with them. They have extra crews available, but yeah, we have relationships with contractors.
Yeah,
We may even consider True North.
okay,
We've had bids from them. They just didn't fit our budget.
yeah,
But no, contractors are a
yeah.
prime resource right now, so.
But I mean, as far as, like next week, you're gonna do, Leland on, or next month, and then you're gonna start, and then it's gonna take 3 months to do everything there. So do you stay there and get everything done? And then before you move on to the next municipality?
So as an example, Leelanau County, we're doing 160 homes. The drop crew is almost done with the homes. We still have some main line to do, so that drop crew is being scheduled to go to Roscommon, Nestor Township. We're in the final stages of getting those permits done.
Right, yeah.
So we stage them based on funding opportunities, inventory levels, and where the demand is. Like Nestor Township went out and got us 200 people to sign up.
Yeah.
They helped us get that. That's where we're gonna put our resources.
Yeah. And
So-
you also talked about a contract. Is that something you're going to provide to us?
Yeah, we supplied you with a contract last
you
month,
did.
but
You
we
did.
can
Right.
fill it in. Yeah.
Yeah, so that contract was supplied. And then also on your Metro permit application
Yeah.
that was in, I think that was in our board packet met last month, but did I see that had a real several month old application date on it? Or am I looking at the wrong?
That's the format date, but the application itself was, the check dates the application when it goes in.
Okay,
I've gotten a couple of questions on that now that we've done about 12 permits in the last month.
right,
That was just so we knew what form it came from the state when we downloaded it.
right. So,
that-
but the form that was, the application that was in our last board packet is although I think, aren't you supposed to file like 3 copies of that or something like that?
We do two of them electronic and we do one original. We dropped off the original here. That-
Okay.
Because electronic are copies, and that's the way most townships have asked us to do it. I'd be more than happy to print them off and drop off 2 more copies, but typically what's happened in the electronic age is townships are accepting the original as the original, and electronic is considered a copy.
Yeah,
And so they do match each other.
But we do need to get that on the agenda then, because we only have, what is it, 45 days or something to,
I don't know.
who did you drop off the original application to?
My wife brought it into,
Okay.
put it in an envelope, had a check for $500 in it.
Oh, yeah. that's-
It was in the board packet.
It was in the board
Yeah.
Wasn't it in
Had
the
it.
board packet last month? Okay.
So she dropped it off.
Okay, yes.
Because
now
I agree with the
remember.
original versus copies
Okay,
is a legal concept.
yeah, so we need to get that on the agenda.
And if you've cashed a check, which is what we do and what other suits under zoning do, once you cash the check, that's the date of acceptance. And state law is you have 45 days to make a decision, yes or no, otherwise the state says yes. So it's by.
So we're
default.
already beyond that point.
No, you're close. You're
We
within,
haven't.
By our
cashed
next,
any check.
by our next meeting, we'll.
but it was in the
be
board packet. That's
Yeah.
why I mean, we
Yeah.
don't worry about that. If you want to approve it next meeting, that's great, but.
Yeah, we'll get that. on
Are
the
you
agenda
done with
in
your
October.
question, Cheryl?
Just about.
Okay.
I gotta go.
Okay, well, let's, I think we have to vote real quick and then that's it.
I have questions.
Oh,
So
okay.
if Paul's got to go, Paul's got to go.
Let's finish it without me. I gotta go.
All right.
I got people picking.
Okay,
Sorry.
thanks. Bye, Paul.
Oh, thank you.
Did you have some follow-up questions, Cheryl?
I'm done.
So this is a board question, not for Tim. And so many of the things that we spend money on here, right? We are very adamant at getting a detailed list of what's going on, okay? We've heard today that this project that's being proposed, and I assume it's the project down around, according to the map, that it's going to be the ones that are in orange. They look like red here, but includes Erickson Road, Bunker Hill, Moore Road, kind of gets in our industrial district. That's going to be about a $2 million project. We are contributing about $120,000, that $200,000 or $2 million project. What are we going to buy? They said inventory, but where's that inventory going to be used? We're not going to have a list of that inventory that we spent our money on.
Oh, he says, yes, you will.
Okay.
Yeah, we provide a detailed Excel spreadsheet of everything we do.
I think
And-
that was in his first presentation. Go
And
on.
so, we normally have that to spend the funds. And so, again, I'm in support of this, but I want to make sure that we can cover our decision.
But we also want to make sure that we request that the county participate in this too, because they're getting the same funds we are. The ARPA funds. And.
I didn't, what does that have to do with the decision here in front of us
Well,
today? Are we going to
you
make?
brought up the $2 million and we're putting 120 in it. So where's the rest of the funds coming from? What are we getting for what we're doing with the 120? My point is we're not going to be doing this alone. We can ask the county for money to help get that project done. Is that correct?
And we will do the CMI, the state's new program that just came out yesterday. We will use this resolution and the reaction from the county. And we'll add that to that grant to put us in a competitive, and then we'll be prepared to also go after the infrastructure bill. So each one of these small steps, and if you say you want to hold it until we give you a detailed, well, with passing a resolution, you can add to that resolution that Cherry Capital won't spend any of it until we provide you the details of its relationship and what it'll accomplish. I mean, Roscommon County didn't because we've been federally vetted.
No, none of it is.
We'd be more happy. We're just trying to get the ball rolling to get broadband improved in this, in this township.
And again, yep, and I am in support, but this is likely one of the largest checks we will cut. And, with like our boat ramp project, our facility study, there was a list of items that would be accomplished. Long as we're comfortable about knowing that there might not be a single address served by fiber, whether it be on Bunker Hill Road or whether it be on Rickert Court. As long as we're comfortable with spending, the 120 or 1/3 of whatever we get, knowing that I'm fine.
And I guess I'm not following that.
Well, my point
Logic.
is that we are such a very small contributing part of this $2 million project. We don't have any idea that the county is going to or not going to, right? And so if nobody else contributes to the $2 million, to a portion of the $2 million, I doubt highly Tim's going to pull it out of his shirt pocket,
Well,
but he might.
okay, so we have two projects going right now. Each homeowner is willing to spend $5,000. It's $1 million each project.
Is that here in Whitewater Township?
Not in Whitewater Township,
Okay,
but
so then-
we're starting with this discussion, trying to get a start so I can have the next conversation. If you, I mean, that's what we're presenting. If you had millions at,
Right.
okay, but it's only 120,000.
Right.
And that's in fiber is a very small piece. You can put on it to hold until others. I have gone millions of dollars in debt to build because I knew I had 800 people signed up. And it was a good business return to do that. I've got petitions. I don't have any signups. I have a federal obligation with great fines if I don't build RDOF.
Right.
So you're building on RDOF. You're not the first. I'm just trying to extend it to Bunker Hill Road because otherwise I'm going right by Bunker Hill Road. And I'm gonna, with the extra monies here, I can do that. So
But
Again.
you also said this is building on being able to use this resolution to apply for more grants to
grants.
cover that 2 million.
right, this is the start, this is the second step. RDOF was the first step. We went after Whitewater Township without Whitewater Townships even recognizing what we did. So we put our corporation at risk. We went up against the big guys. We bid, we won. So we did gain that route. Now we're coming here where there was free money given by the feds to be used on broadband, saying, build on that RDOF effort and put more money, say that you're pro broadband for your community. So I can take that and go to the next step, which is the county commissioner. Okay, who has said he's interested, but they're waiting to see what the townships do. In Roscommon County, they wanted to see what the county did first. So what order it is, it doesn't really matter. I'm just building that story. And now the next one is the state that just came out. The application's due by November. I'll do that application at my own cost for the benefit of what's, I benefit because I'll have
Right,
customers, don't get me wrong. It's a
Right.
business case. And if I can put that resolution in that grant, and if the county does, that's just gonna give us more.
It's kind of like what Fire Chief said about more signing on to a grant, the better chances you have of getting these grants, which will fulfill what we need done.
Yep.
And I
just
guess
do it on
that's the
checklist.
reason why I support this.
Right.
Because we can't bring a tangible item to the table and say, this is what we bought.
Right, not yet.
Well,
Not yet.
and
It can be limited, Ron, if you want, to inventory that will be put in the ground
no,
in Whitewater Township, or it
no,
can be for
I'm
engineering.
not looking to put any types of handcuffs on you. All I'm looking to do is be able to have an explanation to those people that might follow us, might question us, how we're spending money. What did you spend it on? Well, we spent it on this orange line. Well, 5 years from now, the orange line is still an orange line on a piece of paper, right?
So
And so I do like the thought that we are becoming a small part of something larger. And maybe we consider us being transformational in that process. But we're willing to step up and get other people interested in the project. So
Yeah, we got skin in the game. How about you?
that's kind of the way I'm feeling about it, because obviously our little contribution is not going to make internet happen anywhere.
Right.
No, but it might help you
and
with
so-
the tip of the mitt, because you did it.
I'm sorry.
I said it might help bring stuff down from the tip of the mitt grant, because you did it.
And so that's my thought about being transformational. So that's, I guess, going to be my reason for voting yes, not something tangible.
In worst case scenario, you got 50,000 in the beautification fund. You can beautify the community with broadband.
Any other questions, comments? Is there a motion?
Yes, I believe there was. Motion by Bennett to adopt resolution 2114, second by Hubble. And the date to be filled in
30 days.
was
30 days.
30 days.
So I'm not comfortable with 30 days because we, obviously that's after we receive it. But will we need to have another board meeting to actually cut the check? Or does this resolution suffice for that?
I think it suffices for that.
Do you? Okay, so then the time frame doesn't really matter then. The 30 days, thinking that, you know, if we didn't get it until,
It's 30 days after receipt.
right, but if we had to get a meeting in there before cutting the
Oh, I
check,
see, yeah.
30 days might not be enough.
Right.
But if you think this meeting is good enough to cut the check, I'm fine with that too.
Well, the resolution says to assist with the expansion of broadband, allocates 1/3 of the total funds received by the township through the American Rescue Plan Act. The 1/3 share of the ARPA funds will be made payable to Cherry Capital Connection within blank days of receipt of the funds. I think that's kind of like that's really, we're voting on this to adopt it. I think that's good enough for the check process.
And I'm going to remind township board members that we always put in a value. We don't know what that value is going to be.
Unfortunately, we don't.
Right. And so that might allow us to bring it back to the board if we wish.
I don't know that, I mean, because we don't know exactly when we're gonna get it, when the value is. I want to show good faith,
Right.
which you talked about to Mr. Malone, that we're in on this. We want it to happen. We understand it's a complicated process. And I think it's sufficient myself to say 1/3 of the, I mean, if you want to describe the funds more distinctly, could we report? I could report it back to the board when it comes in. I mean, I think you've got to print out something for the check.
Yeah, we do.
You know, so that we.
Actually, it gets direct deposited, but there'll be a report that comes, so I can supply that to the board.
And I'm merely bringing up the point that a percentage, which I think I suggested, kind of goes against what we've always done with a specific dollar amount.
I know.
So as long as the board is happy with that, I've got no problem with it. But we do need to address anytime we move away from things that we normally do. And now that we've discussed it, I don't have a problem with it. 1/3 of whatever we get is fine with me. Is it fine with you?
It is.
Is it fine with Cheryl?
Yep.
Is it fine
Yep.
with Heidi? So I think we've covered all of our bases of why did we depart from normal practice?
Right.
Can anybody think of anything that we didn't cover? Roll call vote.
Pop,
Yes.
Gosh, yes, Valmute,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Hubble is absent.
And could I suggest that you might want a resolution that says that you're asking Cherry Capital Connection to do monthly reports? Even if the money hasn't been distributed, just provide you with these long meetings. I might just send it in hard copy wise, but keep that communications going. Because that's what's important, is to make sure we communicate with one another, you know, as we move forward.
You know.
Do you want to do that?
And
wanna do
that's an
that?
excellent idea, is that, you know, this should be covered in an agreement.
Well, we're gonna have a contract.
Yeah, we'll have maybe in the contract. then.
So
Okay.
let's cover that in the contract.
Yes.
And should this resolution refer to that contract?
Yeah, I think it should.
We already voted on it, but we can change our
Will
mind.
be amended.
Let's watch us.
We haven't voted on the contract.
Huh?
We didn't vote on the contract.
We voted on the resolution. Should the
Right.
resolution refer to the contract?
Oh, well, I think the contract refers to the resolution. That's what I think. And then also add in the contract that monthly reports are required.
How about if we get the contract on next month's? If I
Yes.
could ask that it be at the beginning of new business, I would appreciate that, but.
So you'll
How
send the
about if we put
contract.
it under presentations,
Presentations, yeah.
which will be just after the public comment? Yeah. That's where you.
But
I don't
would-
mind
we still
sitting
have
and
to have a
listening.
business item to vote on it. We wouldn't vote on it in presentations.
Well, he doesn't have to be here for us to
I-
vote on it.
I'll
Oh,
wait
no,
as
I
long
get
as I
it.
have to.
I get that.
Because if you get that to us right away, then we'll probably still have legal take a look at it. Is that a true statement?
I think so.
Yeah. So if you want to get that to me, I'll get it off to legal and we'll try and get it back by our next meeting.
Update the contract and add the monthly reporting to it.
And,
Okay.
And
and I
also
don't,
add a little, Roscommon County, as we talk, I added some description in there of where the money could be spent. Just a restriction stays within Whitewater Township. It's for this area, just to give a little bit more comfort to the
Yeah.
contract.
I don't think we're asking for that, but if that's what you want to do,
I think that's appropriate. Yeah, you are elected officials.
I've answered all the questions that I think are gonna come at us, if any. So then the more people that do this and use ARPA funds for internet, the less we'll have to explain. But right now, we're the only ones. In Grand Traverse County?
No, in Grand Traverse.
Yeah, we're the only ones in Grand Traverse County. So maybe we're leading the way.
You
Whitewater
are.
tends
You
to
most
do
definitely
that.
are.
Hmm?
Whitewater tends to do that.
I'm gonna stay for public comment.
Oh, okay, very good.
Since I'm here.
Yeah,
All right, no tabled items. Board comments and discussion?
I guess I want to mention one thing about the whole marijuana thing. And I understand, I've listened to people talk. And one of the arguments against the whole marijuana thing that is just a false narrative is that there's only one person pushing this. Just last week, I had another email from someone who's interested in some property in the industrial zone and wanted to know where we were in our process. And I basically referred him to Bob, which I do with that stuff. And that's not the first time I've been approached. I'm sure Ron's been approached. I know the zoning administrator has been approached. It just simply is not true that there's one person that is driving all of this. One person brought it to the board. But since that time, there's been much more interest. And of course, the general public doesn't see that because they're not the ones getting the phone calls and the emails and stuff like that. But that really is a narrative that is false, and I would hope is not continued to be spread in the community. It's just simply not true.
I guess I have to respond because we receive calls about a lot of uses we don't allow in the township. And just because we have a use question does not mean other people are supporting it. It means they want to know if the use is allowed.
Those aren't the emails and calls I got, but
So
they were
are
more
they,
specific than that.
oh, well, please share them then.
Well, I look back on
Please share 'em.
our
Can
meeting
you do that?
minutes.
We would like to see them
I
as a
think-
board.
Well,
I don't know if
why
we
don't we
can.
read September 12, 2020's meeting minutes where all the farmers showed up? There was Dennis Dean, Daniel Till.
What was the date?
And that would be our September 22nd, 2020.
Hmm.
All those farmers showed
That
up.
was the
There was
meeting
Kyle
outdoors.
Nagy,
Right.
he's a
Outdoors.
farmer.
Yeah.
There was Dennis Dean, he's a farmer. They all came out in support. Mike Jacobson, he's a farmer. Does construction, but he does farming too. He came out
What
in
does he
support of it.
farm?
Heidi was there. She came
Yeah,
out. in
but they
support
wanted
of it.
outside grow.
Yeah.
You
didn't
That was
do-
outside grow.
Daniel
So
Thomas.
you
he
can't
was
compare
there.
it.
He does hydroponic store or something.
Are
Yes,
they
I did.
currently-
In Acme, but
I said, sit down. my
Brandon
hands.
Hubble was there. There was quite a few farmers there that stood up and spoke. I mean, I just went back and reread that. So it's not like there was just one farmer, but there was more than that. Go back and read them. I mean,
Are they still with us?
oh, why? Do you think Dennis Dean died? Do you think that,
But
Just
we're
one-
missing the point here. All of
we're
those,
not missing the point. here.
really
You're
ask
missing
them,
the
they
point
wanted
here.
outside grow because they walked out of here and thought they got outside grow.
Well, that's not what
Because-
I'm hearing from them. So they also, and it's not just grow, they wanted a processing plant. And that's part of this.
And they were also, some of them who were here in December as well.
Yeah.
And made
So
comments.
anyway, we don't need to rehash all this again.
Right.
It's just, I understand Cheryl's frustration with it.
All right, so that brings us to public comment, and I am going to start out in Zoom land. Last I looked, there was nobody out there.
2. We see no hands though.
Tom, are you with us out in Zoom? Kim, are you with us in Zoom? Who's gonna unmute first? Oh, who's? There was some chat out there. All right, nobody's raising their hands out in Zoom land, so we'll come here. Any public comment in Township Hall?
Yeah, this is me, Tim Malone, 7781 Cram Road. So I'm a citizen of Whitewater Township, a resident of Whitewater Township. I attend an awful lot of public meetings, a lot of them. And some are ran really well and some aren't. I've been in 14-hour county meetings. One of the formats that I've enjoyed participating in is when a county or a township does a working session where they set aside 3 hours or whatever it is to discuss in detail the item. It's not, they're not voting on it, but that's where they're discussing and getting familiar with the material. That's where a lot of presentations are done. And then it's out of that working session, they then have a public meeting where it's put on the agenda. And the resolutions are all pre-made up ahead of time because they've had that working sessions. And so my suggestion, just as a resident, you could pick and choose what meeting you go to, or both meetings or whatever. And I've seen them where they're back to back. That's not quite a good format, except for if you're traveling a long distance to go to it. But they usually have it, on one day, let's say at 9 o'clock, that's the working session. And people do attend them. And then in the evening, they have the items on the agenda and they vote. And it doesn't preclude discussion during the vote because new things can come up, but it allows for open, robust discussion in the working session. And I don't think it's an official meeting in the sense that they don't do a pledge of allegiance. They don't, but they do have public comment at the beginning, public comment at the end. But that's just my suggestion. If you don't want long meetings, maybe break it up. So thank you for letting me have comment.
Oh, and thank you for the resolution.
Anyone else here?
I'll be. Heidi Bellamy, 8388 Winnie Lane. Right now, I'm a private citizen, and I can tell you that Mr. Till skipped in March because it wasn't an outside grow. And we hadn't made the determination that what we were going to do, so he went out.
Linda Slopsama, 9693 Miami Beach Road. I just have a quick comment regarding this MRTMA application form that you approved today with the 10/15/21 date to start accepting and processing applications. I would caution you guys to read your own ordinance number 60. I believe you will find in there is a time limit with which you have to evaluate an application. I believe that you will not have enough time to delay a decision until there is a vote of the people, which I heard at least Clerk Goss twice today say that she wouldn't grant an application approval prior to the vote of the people. So I would caution you to read your documents and make sure that you haven't created a problem for yourself with respect to timing.
Anyone else? Motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Hubble is absent. Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Bowman,
Yes. And you should probably excuse Paul because he was here.
what time are we adjourned?
1:48 PM.
Cheryl.